Hello guys. Sound check, sound check. Can you hear me loud and clear? Good evening. All right, you hear me. Great. How are we all doing today? Are we missing our mortal session? So as you can understand, we are working on the current patch that caused some issues for us. So we are working on it and are planning to put it up again as soon as we can. So yeah, unfortunately, I had a bad run on this first content patch. One of the things that is the big thing here, or the frustration part, is that so we plan to add a big backend patch, as I mentioned last time as well, that it would be an important upgrade on the server. And yeah, we got some issues there, clearly, as you can see when we launched it. So we're working on that now and have to revert one of those pieces that simply didn't work as intended when we went live. So the plans is to obviously get these backend stuff in place so we don't have to touch that part again whatsoever for per continent server updates. So we can just be 100% focused on content updates and polish. So yeah, Sebastian and guys are working as we speak to get the server online as soon as we can. So yeah, sorry about the additional downtime for today's patch. A bit unexpected. Saving down. So let me take a look on the latest. Un momento, por favor. So yes, everything will be down until we start it. So bear with us until we have them running again. Today's happened. Yeah, we have obviously had a rough start. It haven't been an easy path whatsoever. But we are still very confident that we will get there. We're not giving up. And yeah, we have a delay on today's patch going live again. So yeah, hopefully from here on things will be a bit more smooth when we continue on our current roadmap patches. And obviously we're doing our best in not disappoint in terms of setting exact dates, etc. So for now, the question about the next patch, obviously as you can see in the roadmap, it's scheduled for the end of April. We're getting close to that. And so all these pieces have been split up in different developers. So we're still, pretty much on track on that. But obviously, the current delay we have right now, we need to solve and get on track as well. We've disappointed most players. Sure we have. Understandable. The only thing we can do from here on is obviously let our work speak for itself when we get things on track again. How can stream make so work, man? Yeah, of course, we are working on it, and there's not much I can do right now. It's up to Sebastian to solve the last step. So I can only support him right now. Will you disable Campfire and guards? No. We won't be disabling those things. The only thing we're reverting is, like I mentioned, a part on the back end. So you will still be able to call guards and use portables and all those functions that we added today. Blame Sebastian. No, we can't blame any individual here. It's a team effort, and we're doing everything we can to get on track as fast as we can. We are looking already into a public test server. It's a process as well, and obviously we need to make sure that that process is smooth to log into a public test server as well, and to get a structured order in what we need from a public test server. I do have a sneak peek on the tuplac in today's stream. Actually, we're getting closer and closer to Necromancer, as you know, and we have a final draft without the material and textures, but you can pretty much see what we're going for when it comes to the normal tuplac. Yeah, obviously sad we couldn't have the healer XP working in this build. We were hoping to. It's working on the dev client. It's not working when we build it. Similar issue that we have on some domination parts. So obviously we need to go through that to make sure whatever that is, why compiled version doesn't run as intended. We were hoping to have it included in this patch, but yeah, it have to wait. Supply Sebastian more caffeine. Yeah, I think he got enough. Harrow Dow, thank you very much for the subscription. We're gonna be able to put red priests into our houses. You won't be able to put priests in houses in this patch, only strongholds and keep. And when we deploy the TC package, that's when you will get more options to define cities and additional assets with additional service and controls from NPCs. I can still spam guard. No, so obviously there is a limit that is enforced also. So you won't be able to spam guard. There's no reason for us to roll back. We just need to put the servers online again pretty much whenever we are ready. Stern, Henrik and Stahl, don't stress too much, man. As much as people should, and being toxic. The much people are showing how much addicted to the great game are. You're doing great job. There's shit happens to everyone, and it's super normal. I mean, thank you for understanding. I wouldn't expect, slack from anyone at this point. I mean, I'm just like you guys. I'm a human. I'm a gamer. I've been very disappointed on many other project and games delays. All that. So I'm on this end this time, and there's no excuse or anything more I can say about that, obviously. So all I can say is that we are doing everything we can to get this on track. And yeah, it's been a long day.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Why remove red priest? The priests in the world haven't been removed. Only the keep priest, because the keep owners can now place their own priests. And we also gave strongholds owners the same option.
Oh my god, another one. Another one. Another one. Another one.
Lost a War. Thank you very much for the subscription. What are you going to do about people blocking town entrance with portable tools? So we're gonna tweak the limitations on how much people can place in areas and where they can be placed. And you can also always destroy them. Just swing at them twice and they're destroyed.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Nerdico.
Oh
A spoof
my
with the
God,
gifts.
another one.
Thank you very
Another
much.
Oh my god, another one. Another one. Oh my god, another one. Another one.
An 8 on the server. No 8 at this point. I can't say. Don't sweat it, Henrik. This is dev life, although that test server should help deploy in the future. For sure, we are looking into public test server, how we can make that
Oh my
work.
god, another one. Another one. Oh my god, another one. Another one. Oh my god, another one. Another one. Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Can you tell us exactly how much stem Reagan has been changed with the body heat changes? I think it was roughly around 30%, give or take a few percentages. That's what we estimate roughly from the heat that was running on Mirland that shouldn't be running. So it's quite a noticeable difference when running around consuming stamina. So there's an initial cost for the NPC, and then there's an upkeep added to the house upkeep when deploying that NPC. Can we get the old Tinum soundtrack maxed back into current one? We are adding all of them, so you will have them all, and hopefully a few additional ones in the future. Good evening, Henrik. When will you turn on subscription? I want to support my devs as soon as possible. Please turn the subs on. So obviously that is mixed opinions, understandable. We do want to reach obviously stability and make sure there's an interest content-wise. So we still haven't decided on an exact date yet. Obviously, we need to take that step sooner or later to continue, hopefully be able to grow and spend resources in improving the product. There's this one thing. Just sitting on the influx of money getting from the release, we don't do so much. Obviously, we need to make sure we spend them in a proper way to actually improve things, expand things, and make sure the game gets better. So that's what we are looking at, looking to expand and how we can improve things. Obviously, since we paused everything, we have been standing quite still. So we simply need to get back on track, and then we will have to decide when it's time to start subscription. It starts with the free month as well, right? So will necromancy be locked behind one dungeon, or will there be multiple locations to get lore spells? So we're working on something exciting when it comes to discovering a lot of necromancy, but we're also spreading quite a bit of it in various locations where humanoids are collecting necromancy stuff. But there will be something completely new added along with that patch that will bring a new way of dungeon explore and discover things and do different types of challenges. So it should bring a lot of great fun things for those interested in that. I think game will be up today. We are working on it to bring them up today as soon as we can. And rough ideas about more animals with armor bags. Nothing in this regards on the roadmap so far. Yeah, so we talked about that a little bit previous stream. One of the main bottleneck we have in the development is actually animation work. And armor bags for pets and mounts is exactly that. So we're all looking into a few animators that may be potential someone that can work with us. And if that goes as planned, then that means we can add additional work in those fields. Because right now we are spending all the animation resources on main core things and creatures, player stuff. We have the new shields, and so that means we need additional manpower to put dedicated on pet gear and also the other mounts and mountable creatures.
Human the Supreme.
Oh my god, I'm extremely behind. Holy shit. Let me scroll down and let's see. Game is so expensive for some countries. Yeah, so we are using the Steam's regional baseline with, I think it's 3 or 4 exceptions because of abuse. So if you're one of those 4 countries, I think it's slightly higher than average that it used to be. It's actually due to abuse, sadly. Will Haven ever become free to play for new players? Yes, that is the plan. We did reach the conclusion that that will be a suitable way of giving players to have a chance to try out the game later on when we implement this in an isolated, protected area, which is the Haven. And whenever they feel that they want to push it further and start playing it for real on Mirland, that's when they can take that step. So we find that as a suitable step for us to take. I can't say the time frame for that at this point yet, though. Why weak spot not shown along with other stats? Yeah, good question. We may want to add that one as one of the visible stats. So we will see. Our talks regarding refunds going. So we are following Steam's refund policy. So as long as you apply by those steps and rules, anyone can make a refund. So we're using their policies and rules. We're gonna make public test servers for stress test before patch release. So as mentioned, we are looking into what we need to do to set up a public test server. It comes with a few pros and cons, but we are looking into that. We see that obviously that can be very useful when it comes to testing sensitive stuff in a larger scale. So we are looking into that.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Adeptus Shal Hars Red. Thank you for a subscription. Will there be clothing added to the game? Yes, we already have one clothing set, and there will be many more to come over time, including medium and heavy armors. Why do you want us to pair the guards? So the guards are being tweaked in several steps, how they are changing from melee to ranged attacks. And obviously we're trying to find that sweet spot to make sure that they are in control when it comes to keeping cities safe, keeping players safe. That's the intention behind them. So there are tweaks on what kind of power, depending if it's a normal guard, elite, or a lictor, and obviously those now that you can call on players. So we're doing some fine tunings. We saw that there's been a change over quite a time since the behavior of changing to ranged have been is working a little bit different. So we're trying to find the sweet spot for all our guards' behavior. Is Surprise going to be regional as well? That is the plan, yes. We open alts again soon or release a new land like Sarduka so they can hold more players. So we're not done. As I mentioned, this patch didn't only include the content patch on the roadmap, but also a huge part on the back end that is heavily affecting the server capacity. That part that failed, so we had to take things down to do a certain revert in one of those areas and then deploy the server again as soon as we can, while we continue working on that on the side. So the plan here is, as soon as we have that in a place where we are aiming for and feel confident that we will reach, that means we never have to touch that part of the capacity work again on the core, in the network core, which obviously allows us to not having to spend time on the backend that isn't visible, that is very sensitive, and today that part was affected. As soon as we're done with that and we're happy, we have a good number on Mirland, we don't intend to work more in that field, because the next step is, yes, another continent such as Sarduka, which means we will double amount when we deploy that server in terms of pure player capacity. But like I mentioned, we're not fully done with that step on the back end. So that works continue a little bit more, hopefully not too long, and then we can let that be. With this update, I wonder how we can deploy guards in castle, just placing them like furniture, or I have already fixed deploy location already in castle. So there's quite a lot of big complex features coming along with the TC work. And like I mentioned, it doesn't just come everything in one patch and that's it. So the first packages includes a few different types of buildings, constructions that you can build at your city. And those will allow you to access new types of services and functions. And one of them is guard posts, like a barrack you can build. And as long as you hire and pay the upkeep for those NPCs, they will work for you. And those could be guards. You can align yourself to one of the nations if you want to join the Dynamic Empire, or play outlaw or whatever. So, and there will be a few options here. This is still some of the stuff that is being worked on in terms of what kind of detailed control it will have. So obviously there's an area where they see and act depending on what rules you're given to them. And we're also looking to see if we can add additional steps where you can tell them to patrol in certain ways, or follow some specific commands. But the first step obviously is that you'll be able to place them and they patrol or have one specific area, and they also use the line of sight whenever they can see one of those that are not allowed to be there, or enemies, or whatever the rules that you may have set up. They will engage depending on that. Do you intend to add more tameable pets in the game? Yes, a ton. So we only have a few more creatures that we plan to add on Mirland, but then obviously we have several types of continents, which is completely different from Mirland, that will have their own wildlife creatures and monsters as well. And many of these will be tameable and dominatable, and pretty much all of them will be raised again with necromancy if you decide to. Why was weapon weights be reverted? So there's a line where specific types of latency between each others from the server simply doesn't have the time to register and play the animation properly, which means it uses the prediction normalization system to update and synchronize it quickly to get someone that have different latency towards each other's. To make sure that you get the same action, it have to kind of skip forward. And in that case, it was so quick that you didn't see the swing, or any of that, a charge or swing, which meant the PvP became unreliable between regions in the world with different latency. So that sweet spot that we refined over the beta was surpassed with a bug fix that actually didn't allow light materials to be as fast as they were intended. So with that bug fixed, we saw that now they went through that fast latency threshold, which caused issues in fighting between different latencies. So we had to revert the speed change to make sure that it's still within the proper latency range, so everyone can at least see what's going on and react based on that. So yeah, hope that makes sense what I try to explain. We don't have a exact date yet for the subscription, so we're gonna decide soon, try to pick a date when the free month starts, which obviously means after that free month, that is when the subscription is expected to start. So we will announce that as soon as we have said it. So we need a little bit more time. Will be some reward on live server for attending to on a PTB. We have to see, right? So obviously, if we start a public test server, there's no interest in playing there because we all know it's not persistent. So maybe it's not. We expect it won't be that many from our players that may be interested in that. Obviously, depending on what feature we are to test, I can see that some cool new stuff and like TC sieging could be very well exciting and fun to try, and that's also one of the purpose. We want to make sure it is working, balanced, and is fun. But yeah, there may be patches that obviously isn't as interesting for too many players, or they simply don't see the time to spend on that server. So obviously that's one of the big question mark. How efficient would that test server be compared to our in-house dedicated test team to go through things? But we're willing to look into it and see if it could help us improve testing content. The stronghold priest be usable by anyone or only by the stronghold owner? By anyone. So if they have access to the house, now with the password access, that means they're pretty much co-using your stronghold. Then they can also use it and get access to it. Same thing when it comes to accessing the different chests that you as an owner place. There's one of those chest types supported password as well. Loving game, thank you for a great time. Pubs, awesome to hear that. People are duping stacks by dragging items to their bags to the bank. So what happened when we were running the server was that, as I mentioned, backend stuff broke, which caused multiple nodes to behave bad, which also caused ghost items. That means you may be fooling yourself by pulling something, and the actual user interface, the icons are updating, but it's not updating on the server. So you may think you're duping things while you're not. It's a quite common thing that happens when the server stops responding, but your client continue trying to do that. So that doesn't equal a dupe, and that have happened quite a lot over the years. That at first glance it looks on the client side as a dupe, but in most cases, like 99.9 of the cases, it's a user interface icon update that isn't confirmed by the server. So obviously I make sure that our guys look into this to make sure, confirm, and that we obviously make the right decision. But yeah, that may include a short rollback since the server parts stop responding when we're all playing in a ghost world, pretty much. So we can expect some of that rollback. So that's what we're also trying to confirm. Please buff the guards. All right, Mr. Millie, we're gonna buff them as your request. Got 30k today. Easy. Awesome. I don't think so. What about all the people that are using out of regional accounts for a way cheaper price? So obviously, as I mentioned, that is fraud. It's an illegal action to do both on Valve, on their platform, and ours. So again, I highly suggest anyone that are interested in playing Mortal Online in the long run, don't risk your access by doing fraud. That's quite obvious, right? we are taking steps now with a third-party payment provider that have this as their main focus to make sure that we are preventing fraud. So we have to see, depending on the patch day. So we were running the server like a little bit less than an hour until the servers were in ghost mode and tricked people into crazy stuff. I don't know how long that period was running, but obviously that won't be saved when server connection was dead. Trying to get some confirmation from the guys what we're looking at. But obviously no more rollback other than, from the patch. So it's just all about the patch. Citizen says with the Prime subscription. I didn't catch that one. Is my or am I super behind? Do you want to take the sneak peek on the two black guys? Our upcoming necromancy pets that you will be able to create. Yikes, I won't play this with all the duping. Earthly, that's what I'm saying. We take duping and cheating very seriously, and we will ban anyone that purposely dupes without obviously informing us about the bug. We are looking into our database and tools pretty much on a daily basis to make sure nothing goes wrong. And we are banning quite a lot of accounts, sadly, because of cheating and this reason. But I think it's necessary that we always have a strong stance against cheating in our game. Guards were broken last night. So what's going on there? One of the reasons we are deploying the callable guards is because of that. That doesn't mean that they are broken. So what happens is that the guards holds aggro, and players are trying to, find a clever way of trying to hold off that aggro to be able to bypass their protection and fight people in front of them. So if that guards already hold the aggro on someone else, then yes, he won't switch target directly, even though you're standing in front of him doing a crime. Not good, right? So this is why we add the guard commands in this patch. So in that case, you will always be able to call a guard to protect you in that case. So it's an important step to make sure the security in cities are proper. Shit, I'm way behind again, guys. Sorry about I'm a little bit slow. I'm trying to follow the guys' work a little bit simultaneously so I can give you guys some updates. But yeah, holy shit, I'm super behind, guys. All right, I'm gonna show you the Tupilac. So let me see, where do I have it? All right, guys, what do you think about our Tupilac 2.0? Quite the upgrade from the first game. And I like this one. It looks quite cool and scary. And again, it also is corrected following Matt's carefully design behind what is a Tupilac. It's not just a fancy name. It's actually a proper design, thought, and lore behind these creatures and what it means and how they are created by a necromancer. So there's a lot of depth, as always, when it comes to Matt's work in these fields, which is really awesome. Miss Soaps, thank you for subscription. So yeah, what do you think about it? Pretty cool, right? And obviously you can just imagine quite a challenge in terms of animating it, but there's a lot of things going on it, right? Where the necromancer is pretty much sewing parts together and then waking it as a awesome pet for you to fight. Looks awesome, great work. I'm happy you like it, guys. A lot of hard work goes into these obviously iconic specific creatures. Is that a fish on its chest? There's quite a few different creatures put together in this one. I guess you can find quite a few of them, right? Everything from minotaurs to crab to, yeah, monstrous stuff. Will they all look like that, or will it change based on the creature parts? Yeah, so this is the thing. Like I mentioned before, this can go quite insane, right? In terms of every single body parts changing. You know, a lot of things are doable in these systems, but it also comes down so much in manpower. If I were given a team of 100 dedicated artists, then yeah, I would go crazy in these fields. But we need to be realistic, right? We are still a team of 30 people, slowly growing, which means we need to have a intelligent system to make a lot of interesting use of it. But yes, so what we're starting on here first is that we're actually going to have, we're looking at 3 different types, or a few different types where you can define your Tupelak in a, like if you want it more agile, using 4-legged creatures like a Kogre, and mix that with other parts, then yes, we intend to have another version that represent that type a bit more. If you want something fast, agile, weaker, or if you're going something even more heavy, slower, tanky. And we said that this is the in-between, the mid version of those. So we have some quite interesting plans in expanding this as well. And then we're looking at these, as you remember, the Death Knight shade, those that were also very specific. We're looking into see how they fit correctly this time around, how you make them, so they also make sense. Because, you know, one of the big change here is now that all creatures can be awakened again. So we make a summer version of all of them. It's cute. Akirath, thank you for the subscription. Can I make a Skelly Squad? Yeah, so that is, there's a few ways, right? So one is taking control over current undeads. And the other one, that a mage, quite new necromancer mage, will step into the summoning part, which means they will learn based on their skills and spells, be able to raise a certain walker from that is surpassing obviously the walker you can see in the graveyard, that is quite dangerous depending on your skills. And again, there's this cost balance, how many you can raise and use at the same time. That is using the same system as the pet point to make that balanced. You better stay on ground for longer, they instantly puff away out of existence. It's on the quality of life list, actually. I fully agree they should be staying a little bit more. It's awesome to see them flying around, being beaten and thrown by the bosses, right? And if they disappear too early there, then obviously we are losing a little bit of that satisfaction, right? So yes, we are planning to extend that a little bit. It's on that list of small but good and quality of life and just cool improvement stuff. So sooner or later. In a word on fixing invisible weapon bug exploit. So we had one guy had been looking into that whole jungle of area, trying to find a proper solution. So obviously there's like 2 ways of solving it, right? One is trying to put glue on it until it works. The other way is obviously to go through the code to see where does it go wrong to properly fix it. Obviously we prefer the later version, right? Because we know that is more reliable, we know what's going on, and it's secured for the long run, and we know why it happened. So that's why I've been really hoping that you guys would be able to help us to reproduce it, but it seems like we can't reproduce it. I'm pretty sure one of you guys, Ghost Wasp, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm pretty sure one of you guys, or many of you guys, would have found a reproduce of how to make it, since we had it for quite a long time now. I understand it that no one can reproduce it because it's not that simple. So it seems more be like a package going wrong, and you can't reproduce that. That's the main problem. That's why no one have been able to help us reproducing it, and we have done tons of tests on that as well ourselves and can't solve it or manage to reproduce it. So yeah, we are getting more and more forced into, if one of our guys can't simply find it, go through it, we need to start adding these checks to try to secure it and hopefully have it fixed. It's quite frustrating, obviously, for all of us, both us spending time on it, not really succeeding in it. And I know many of you guys have been trying your best in reproduce it without success. So yeah, I would call it a random bug due to a package goes wrong and poof, that state happens. I'm pretty sure by now that no one are actively abusing it in fights. I follow that so much, quite suspect, right? When you fight your enemies, you hate them, and all of a sudden, many of them arrives to your fight and they're running around with invisible weapons. You get angry, we report them, and when we look at those cases, they have no clue that they even were running around with an invisible weapon. That happens every time. So it's a very annoying bug that for sure we need to solve as soon as we can. Campfire only expanding the team animators. No, expanding the whole team, as I mentioned. There's obviously many different positions in company, and we're looking into all of the positions where we need to expand. So not only animators, no. I just mentioned that that's one of our bigger bottleneck when it comes to adding new mounts, pet equipment, for instance, and stuff like that, because we know that to follow a roadmap, there are certain parts that needs the animation work, which means we can't put them on new mounts or pet equipment until they're free with that, or simply we have additional animators. We'll be able to put stables on how soon? You will be able to put a stable keeper in this patch, actually. Any plans to add more mage armors? Yes, many more over time. Ligators, I miss those. Will they be a thing in Mortal 2? Yes, Ligators and Mulva Beasts are two very typical mount types. They are very different. The horses, the Ligators, and the Mulva Beasts are three very different mounts with pros and cons. So yes, they will come again. And not only those three, we're also, as I mentioned before, all natural creatures that can suitable be a mount will also be that over time, as soon as we have animators to put on those fields. Servers up. Are we up yet? Let me take a look. Yeah, I think we are about to start. Yes, we are up, guys. All right. Hopefully things will be a bit more smooth from now on, logging in to our live servers. I'm really crossing my fingers because it's been a long day, and hopefully we are good. We are planning one hotfix tomorrow, a client-based update that will fix. So we had, you may have seen pet brokers, an issue with pet brokers. That will be fixed tomorrow if things goes as planned. There was something more, something small till, but good to have fixed. How can we apply, or where do we send our CV? No info on the website. So you can send that to info@starvault.se, and we will go through that over time. So yeah, feel free to send your applications there. So you said you wanted to keep demonology to a smaller group of people. Will there be a requirement like having a high int stat, or will random Thursday get demonology? There's I think it's too early actually to go into such depth when it comes to demonology. It's true that from these magic schools we have listed to you guys, a few of them are supposed to be limited, special, rare, and a huge challenge over time. Demonology is one of those that are quite in that spectrum where it starts to become, it's not that the typical, you just go there, you learn it, and bam, you're progressing quickly. And also since we know that there's a lot of interest in magic in our game, a lot of players are looking forward to more magic, more options to play as a mage, and we fully understand that and we agree. That is why we're now delivering necromancy, because necromancy will bring a lot of those things that a lot of people have been asking for, in terms of why can't I move and cast at the same time? Why can't I turn my mount at the same time? And interesting tactical spells for large-scale combat and pets and such as well. So necromancy will bring a lot of option in those fields. And then we have 3 more schools that are supposed to be quite accessible by everyone that want to pick it up. And then we have more that goes into the spectrum where it's going to be more, a journey to progress towards that. Can you guys increase the render distance yet? Unfortunately, not yet. So, like I mentioned before, the backend stuff we're working on as well, which is invisible to you guys, but it's very important parts for us to get in a state. We're happy with it. Now we never have to touch that again, because that means we have the capacity we have set up as a goal for Mioland, and that will also then be the capacity for every continent, upcoming continent. So we need to, the part that we actually reverted today is the part that we wanted to have running for a few days to make sure everything is solid, and then we would be able to start tweaking some of those functions, such as render distance and guild information and gear stats, stuff like that. That obviously makes the gaming experience improve when it comes to seeing who you're running into. So for now, it has to remain on loading that kind of data quite late, until we have that backend parts into the server again. Gonna talk about clay respec. It's quite straightforward, right? So you buy this item, you use it, and you can respec your clades. Every time you use it, you will drop 10% of your clade experience, but it will allow you to respec. So yeah, that reminds me. So one of the possible changes we have in tomorrow's patch as well, the so-called hotfix patch, is we may be disabling the combatant flagging until the next patch when the whole war system gets enabled. We can understand that, you know, some people are using mechanics that are not intended or designed at all to be like that, such as the war that people are using as the ally system. Obviously, you know, that makes some part for us tricky when it comes to how do we proceed reaching our goal in building the systems fully developed in the upcoming patches that we have on the roadmap, when we can't take necessary steps accordingly to have that fully working. So yeah, why don't you just add an ally system? Things are not that easy just to, why not do that? You guys are stupid. We fully understand why people may think that, but obviously we're trying our best in succeeding in fulfilling the whole system now. So for instance, the different parts on the roadmap, we need to make sure that they are set in place and the core foundation is set for the long run. You guys are stupid. Sorry, did I say that? No. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean you guys are stupid. I was meaning that you tell us that we are stupid of disabling your ally system, which we actually don't have. That's what I meant to say. Okay. So yeah, no, sorry guys. I don't call anyone stupid. That would be a little bit rude. But you know what I mean, right? You are allowed to call us stupid. We can take it. But obviously we're trying to do things. There's a thought behind things, right? So hopefully you will understand that there's a thought behind it. There's certain steps we need to take to get into proper place when we deploy those systems. Feelings are hurt. Sorry guys. I'm a little tired in my brain today, so, you know, if I'm saying something stupid, then bear with me. No, I don't think you're stupid. No, we all have so many different views and opinion, right? And to me, it's quite clear that all of you guys that are here, that spend your time in writing, yelling, whatever it may be, is because we seem to be passionate about this game, right? We want to play it. We want it to be good. There's something that we all want in this game. And I can only guarantee you guys that we will be here to deliver that game. We're not here to make it happen in one night like that. You know, we're building a world. It's a quite complicated game project compared to any game. So, but we are here to deliver, and we will make it happen. And you know, if you just have patience and are here with us, or you know, if you want to take a break and come back, or whatever that fits your need and style, I can promise you that we will have a unique sandbox MMORPG game on the market that will stay true to its path when it comes to be a true sandbox game. And that's always been our goal and dream, and we will make it happen. Jozen. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. It's not complicated. You instead just hate an idea that isn't your own because you're both arrogant. Taste Bison. Now that is very rude of you. Why do you think we are both arrogant and don't want to hear any ideas? I don't think you have seen the work we spend into this and how we are actively engaging with the community and trying to really figure out what works, what doesn't work. At the same time, as I explained before, there's a very long list of features, many very complex systems that will take time for us to deliver, and many of them also tie in together in different ways. And obviously not knowing these, because many of them are also supposed to be secrets, how can you draw a conclusion on why this is bad or good? You know, there's important part where obviously players can say this is clunky, or this isn't fun, or you know, the data speaks for itself. This is underpowered, never used. Those are quite clear indication of what we need to do to improve those areas. And obviously the community is very helpful in pinpointing that. And also, obviously, when something is bugged or not good, that's something we appreciate when the community can be very helpful in. The pets were good in Model 1. So one of the biggest weaknesses in Model 1 was our AI. So I can say that nothing that was using our AI was good in the first game. That's why we spent a lot of time on rebuilding a lot of this core in Mortal Kombat 2. We are still not where we need to be in all these fields. We still have work to do when it comes to polishing and improving certain areas when it comes to the AI. But we at least have a foundation we can continue working on. In the first game, it was quite a mess. And it didn't matter if we fixed something, it wasn't even working as intended because the core was simply not good enough. I think the bug with image weapon is linked to dismounting swapping web while dismounting. We have heard that, and we tried doing that about 1,000 times without managing. So again, and no one can make it happen. No one can reproduce it. It just randomly happens, and then someone says, "You're running around with an invisible weapon. Equip your weapon, and it's fixed." That's the only time you get to know when it have happened. You know, we have had hundreds of people trying to reproduce it for a very long time now. And usually people are very good at reproducing a certain bug. So it kind of tells us that this is one of those random packages going missing and it's in a wrong state. And yeah, that's one of those trick one. You can reproduce it getting in and off course. Can you make a video where you reproduce it once and you will get a medal from me? Because like I said, no one can reproduce it. That's the problem. If anyone could reproduce it and we can do that, then we would have fixed it in 1 second. So I will be super happy if you can show me how you reproduce it every time. Well, people accuse me of doing the invisible weapon thing on purpose. Yeah, that's what I said. You know, when you're fighting your sneaky enemies and they keep showing up with invisible weapons every now and then, of course you report them and hate them because they're abusing this awful bug. But the truth is, they don't even know they're running around with an invisible weapon. No one can reproduce it currently because, like I said, I don't think it's reproducible without having that fluke that just happens every now and then. It's node lines, Henrik. Schmerik, show me that node line and show me the reproduction of that bug then, and I will give you a medal and a prize and a hallelujah. Haruka. It's something happened to me when someone rides across the node line, dismount and pull their weapon. So to me personally, it happened when people just run without a horse and they had an invisible weapon. So that tells me the horse haven't been involved in that case. yeah, I don't know what to say. MK Pet Broker showed me normal broker after using normal. I fixed with Pet Broker. What? I don't think we fixed that one. Isn't the Pet Broker still dead in his build, guys? Does anyone know? I think it is, right? Does everyone see it as invisible? No, I also think that depends on who is with you when that state goes bad. So that makes it even more complex. You know, you don't notice it, but others notice it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Nathe with the donation. Thank you very much. Is there any plans to lower unsheath speed for hybrid characters? Or an alternate solution to the time delay for casting and returning melee combat, or is the state of hybrid play considered to be a good place? So I agree that changing weapons, sets, gear is quite clunky. So I think that needs an improvement so it gets a little bit more fluid. I think there's room for that for sure. That should help to that question as well. How do you pronounce Hylspeia? I pronounce it Hylspeia. Faster ways to lose weight, please. So there should be components for food and maybe alchemy that should greatly help in this field. So I think one of those components comes with alchemy and the alchemy effect on roadmap. But there should also be food component that helps to gain or lose weight more efficiently. To change in drops delays instead of there will be a massive quality of life information. Yeah. Please don't make the mistake of announcing a specific day for content update again. Something like next week is enough. I agree. I fully agree. You're not going to hear me saying a date like that when it comes to our content updates. Even though, because when things goes wrong, when there's nothing that can go wrong initially, things can always go wrong. So yeah, for sure, I'm gonna do my absolute best in not setting exact dates. When I've done it, I always added this big if. If test goes smooth, if things goes as planned, this is our estimation. But even though I say that, it's disappointing when it doesn't happen, right? So I guess I can make it even more vague, so there's no, talk about dates. Mathmizer, thank you very much for the subscription. Where's the donate button? It should be there on under the stream, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, Henrik, along with these streams, one request, please. Can you do the giveaway before I go to bed, please? I have to get up early for work and keep missing giveaways. I see. I guess I could do that one now, guys. Shall we run it? Let me find the stuff then. Okay, we're running the Mortal giveaway, guys. Explanation mark MO2 to participate. Go for it, guys. Go for it. And we'll have some spam in the chat for a little moment. So here it is. Yeah, great. Explanation mark MO2. And we will run it in a few minutes. And we will get one lucky bastard out there. Oh good, now why did your devs draw doggy faces on the rock in Bhakti? I don't know, can you show me?
I got another one. Another one.
No, that's not a doggy face, but it, you know, randomly, accidentally looks like one in that angle, I guess. Good find. Good find. But not purposely, with purpose. We didn't paint a dog with purpose. Screenshot channel in Discord. Yeah, I just saw it actually. I see the two nice red rings showing it, but that just randomly looks, I guess, like a dog face. I wouldn't have seen it if you wouldn't have said it. When will support players get some patch love? What do you mean, Frog? We are delivering the patch love right now as we speak, and we have multiple big patches with a lot of love in the upcoming roadmap. As you can see, we're already getting quite close to the second one, you know. We're planning on making things spawn more often after killing them since we're down to one server. We are looking over that, yes, and we're also working on one major thing that you can see on the development that will most likely go into the game in the upcoming patches already, and that is the interest list, the interest points. What interest points, I'm actually getting quite excited because it's really cool stuff. It shows a living, breathing world, history, and recent happenings in game world. So some cool stuff happening in the world. Some of it tells a story, some doesn't. And we will also use these interest points for something interesting in many cases, such as there could be different types of special creatures being also attracted by those interest points, different types of light sources, you know, on the horizon in the darkness that you can find them. And that can be anything from hidden things, treasures, bandits, humanoids, to different types of creatures. So there will be, we calculated, it looks to be 1,400 of these spread out on Mirland. So a lot of them, which means for those that are interested in just exploring and finding things, will obviously be much more greatly rewarded by just moving around and encountering these places. So that will add quite a bit. But yeah, we're always looking to see how the balance is in terms of respawn and loot tables and such. What about Rise Antagon Invasion? Right, so we are preparing to obviously reach those steps as well. Sounds solo friendly. Yes, many of them will be solo friendly. Some of them may be obviously a little bit more challenging. But yes, we are working on again. We're every now and then we're doing improvements on the AI and behaviors and areas in the world that affects the AI. And yes, we are getting closer to kickstarting some of those world activities that will obviously steer things up even more, such as invasions, that is the constant threats on Milan that you can also read about in the lore. So for sure, we have a lot of plans there. Made shoulder friendly, that too. And yeah, we have the chess system with keys into the game. So that means obviously there's quite a lot of interesting content that can come out of that simple system. So you have to figure out how to obtain keys, what lock does this key go to, and so forth. Weapon sweet spin reversion. Why? Yeah, so I commented to that earlier in the stream. We did it for very good reasons. I guess it can be highlighted in my recap stream, so I don't repeat myself too much. But I cover that one. Want the Tinram Vineyard back? So the Tinram farm location is where it's supposed to be. It's quite a big farming area with some housing and different types of vineyards and plants and flowers and all that. So it is in its correct location now. A little bit further south from Tinram. Why is there still a queue? There's always a queue when we start the server, because we can't let in hundreds of players in 1 second. Then the queue system server part will crash. So, and there's mostly only a queue when we do a restart, start the server, patch it. That's usually where there's always a queue. And depending on the backend content. Now we had to unfortunately revert the backend part, which means we haven't reached the capacity we were planning with this patch. So yeah, this weekend will most likely have some queue as well to make sure the performance is all right during this weekend. And hopefully we will be able to deploy the backend part that will greatly improve the capacity, which allows us to increase that greatly. And it's a dynamic system, so it's not that we set exact point like 3,000 players. That's it. That's the cap. The system talks to each other, the server parts. So if one of the core parts that handle players is stressed, it slows down the login or starts a queue. As soon as that part is not stressed anymore, it opens up the queue to let in players. So that means we don't have to sit monitoring. Eventually, it dynamically handle the player capacity. So we need to make sure the capacity is greatly improved. Those parts are not stressed, and we have fixed them already on the build that we deployed earlier today, but sadly had to revert due to some severe issues. So we want to bring that back as soon as possible so we can crank things up. And hopefully soon not have to work more on the capacity when we reach a good number for a continent. Why not pet brokers? They are coming tomorrow. The pet broker. If you just join in, we are running a giveaway, !MO2 to participate. I'm gonna pull it in just a few minutes. Yeah, it seems like the first community event we were trying to see if things are set. We are, we can progress in a good way. So as I mentioned, we have a lot of plans in the future to start different types of events in the game world. Everything from figure things out to pure conflicts, both between players, but also obviously against things in the world. And yeah, it's great that we can expand on that field as well in the team to do even more of that, and also as soon as we can. So there's interesting things happening in the game world. What do you think, guys? How was the first event for you that were looking into it or participating? Good, had fun. Good initiative. Need more. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we try to do different things more as well. So there's going to be a variation in different ways. Can you add an ability to move the head left and right while running like Arma 3? That may be a possibility, yes. We can see the need for that when being chased, obviously. Right now, it's a danger to move around to see if you're still chased, because it could be that last whack getting you, right? So now you have to kind of adapt for that in mind. So we can see it's obviously a big help when it comes to that part. It comes with a few natural things, like if you have a precast spell, what happens when you look around you to aim? Does it ignore your crosshair? So you can't use that. So you actually have to turn around. There's things like that, right? And then obviously when we're looking to do the Unreal 5 step with VR support, we're also looking how that will work. So there's a few things that we need to kind of balance-wise confirm that, okay, this works, we can make it happen. I remember when I tried VR in Mortal Line quite a time ago now, and I was chased by a troll, and I just looked behind me while I was running forward. That was epic. I felt that, yeah, shit, that's a big, what's it called? Shit, what is the word I'm looking for, guys? That's a big, shit, I'm dropping words, guys. Shit, I'm looking for a specific word. It's a big, not bonus, but no, it's like a bonus. It's a Jesus, benefit, advantage. That's the word. Thank you, Sir Hub. It was an advantage being able to being chased and look behind me. It was also a quite epic experience. So for sure, we can see that it's highly adds as an advantage. We need to be sure. Do we want it? Do we need it? I think so. But yeah, like I said, today you don't gotta look back. If you do that in the wrong situation, you're dead, right? So it have a direct connection into being able to look behind you and read a situation. So it's gonna be quite a big bonus, I would say. That small little thing. Outlook is a modern mechanic that all games need, to be honest. Yeah, that could be the case. Obviously, it goes, all sides, so everyone can use it the same way. And I do think it fits, That back just left and right, copy exactly how it's done in Arma 3. Yeah, I mean, if you have free head movements, head movement with one button, like you can peek over your shoulder while running one direction. I can see the, where it makes sense. Could we want to add zips moving? Yes. Sorry, I didn't have the time to eat today. Like Raz does it. Outlook. Yeah, Outlook. Yes, we do plan to add the Voip system, where it actually captures motions in your head from a normal webcam, if you want to use that. And yeah, that will also capture whenever Voip is used, it detects words, we can have movement on the mouth. And we hope that we can mimic your head tracing movement at a certain degree, so it looks interesting and somewhat realistic. And FPS players can look around without missing speed. That thing have an attack where it grabs someone and uses its tongue? Obviously, we have the mercy mode state. Again, if we can add more animators, we can do tons of mercy mode states, from bosses, creatures to players. We want to do that as soon as we can, because it's going to add a lot of that feeling to the game. Pet broker is a normal broker now. Yes, we know. We have that planned for a hot fix tomorrow. Load the new banker broker functions. Yeah, it's quite the quality of life, right? Being able to access the NPC services by a command with some distance. No more crowded, getting stuck, pushing players. So, a good improvement, I agree. Yeah, we were meant to change the open door to 4 seconds. It is 5 currently. Obviously, we are hearing the feedback, and we said let's gather some feedback before we do the initial timer setting on it. Even more convenient would be to have a separate one from opening and closing. So we will tweak those timers a little bit. Obviously, it's there for very important reasons, as you can guess, I would assume. Now, when you don't have to type in password, fiddle around with keys, etc., which have a natural balance, we make that easy, quality of life, by just saving that information and you just push it. But we need some kind of timer for a very important balance reason. About Star Citizen Voip. I haven't looked into their Voip, so I can't really speak for that. We're looking into making our own, because that's what we need to make it work for our game. I don't know at all what Star Citizen is using there, or what they have done. Yeah, like I said, it was intended to be 4 now initially, to get a feel for that. And we will, like I said, most likely make... I think it's already actually on 4, it's just that that patch goes in tomorrow. So we will see if we have to further tweak the number. There's an important balance factor, as you can understand. People hitting someone, running in 1 second, closing the doors, it's a little bit silly and a lot of grief going on. So if you're in mid-fight, you're not really supposed to be opening your door with a key, walk in, close it, use the key when you're getting whacked with a hammer in your neck. That's a little bit silly. So obviously we need to find that sweet spot where that's not really happening you know, you do your fight, you run around, but you're not just running in and out of the house in mid melee fight. That would be silly. All right, shall we pull the key, guys? MO2, exclamation mark MO2. I think it's time. Now that UF5 is released, do you have an estimation date to upgrade on MO2? We don't have the date yet. We are going through it, have been doing for quite a while. There's a few things we need to confirm before we feel confident in taking the leap, because there's no going back when we moved over to Unreal 5. So we want to make sure that step doesn't add even more chaos due to a new engine. So obviously we're careful here. But it looks promising, and the intention is to take the step as soon as we can, because as we mentioned before, there are a few good improvements that also come with that engine. So we want to make it happen sooner rather than later. And we are prepared as much as we can already. We just need to go through like 2 main areas until we're confident this will work, it's stable, and we're not killing the performance. Linux support as it is right now with Unreal 5. I'm not the only one. I'm not sure about other platforms in terms of supporting stability at this point. I know players have been playing around with, you know, on Linux and such, and it's been working, but we haven't really spent any dedicated time into that field. Right, I'm gonna pull the key now. Good luck, everyone. And here goes. Bam! Good luck. Let's see who wins a mortal key. Here we go. Good luck, boys and girls. Congratulations, KCGFMF. You got yourself a copy. Congratulations. Are you here? Can you give me a little bam? And for you who missed Tupilak, here it is. KC. Congratulations. Are you in here? Give me a little message so I can give you a CD key to the game. Casey, there you are. But a locked chest, you have to find the keys. If you found a locked chest, you will always be able to find a key that fits. Casey, can you respond to my message so I know you're here and you can receive the CD key for the game? KCGFMF, are you here? Please respond to the whisper message so I can give it a key. What the hell am I looking at? Makura, you are looking at Tupilak. When you learn the masters the way of becoming a necromancer, you will be able to build this beast with carcasses. Is here just trying to figure out how probably. Yeah, I sent you a message as well, Casey. So if you If you see a little whisper icon top in the window, you should be able to click it and find my message. In chance hotkey enable criminal action. That's a good quality of life, and yes, we plan to add that as a hotkey. Casey, do you find the whisper, the private messages? I'm writing to you so you can get the CD key for Mortal. Will the patch be live today? We are live, John Rocks. We are finally running again. Up and running. We had to revert one of the part that is the backend optimization. So unfortunately, that progression isn't where we meant to, but the actual content from the roadmap part is in right now. We have a planned hotfix tomorrow. We have the pet broker is currently disabled, and that should be enabled tomorrow as well. But where do I buy NPC vendors? You should be able to find them in at least the capitals. What's your favorite breakfast cereal, Henrik? King's Voip. Was a very long time ago I ate cereals, actually. I'm quite bad at eating breakfast. But if I do, it's sometime... what's it called?
Another one. Another one.
How's it called? Gröt. Patches joke. This thing's over. DJ Sean, I'm very sad to hear that you don't like the patch. Feel free to revisit in any of our patch in the upcoming roadmap. There should be something exciting for everyone, more or less. Oatmeal. Yeah, sometime oatmeal. Oatmeal with some peanut butter and some syrup. I've been working a little bit. And some milk. What is in this patch even? If you go to our website, there's a roadmap and it shows some of the major systems going in this patch and in the 3 upcoming patches. There's some really good, exciting, big content on roadmap. Obviously, it doesn't include everything. So if you go to our Steam page, there's a patch note that have detail on everything, all fixes, polish, and what's have been added, etc. So it depends on how much you want to see that goes into every patch. You can go to the Steam. Here on our Discord channel, we also have the patch notes section you can click on. Can't beat Pop-Tarts with half a stick of butter melted on top. Holy shit. Butter on it? Yeah, I guess. What about tower shields? Now, this is a big if. I don't want to promise anything, but if things goes remotely smooth, it should be included in the next patch, the next content patch. But I want to add a very big if. So don't put me to the cross if it doesn't make it in the next one. If it doesn't make it in the next one, it will for sure be in the next one. Clogged arteries. That doesn't sound good. Did healing break this patch? Do you mean a clade healing XP? If so, then yeah, that is one of those freaking annoying that is really starting to pissing me off. So we have 3 things now that we compile in Unreal Engine normally that we do with everything else we have been doing for 16 years. But there's a few animals that you can't tame or dominate and clade healing experience. Those 3 doesn't work when it's been compiled, but it works on our dev build, which is completely out of logic. And Sebastian, our hardcore veteran coder, have gone through that code to see, yeah, everything looks fine and normal. It's just that something just gets ignored when we're compiling into a real builds version. We need to figure that out, obviously. I'm scared if more things starts to behave the same way. We now have 3 things. And yeah, they're ready. The stats is set, everything is there. It's working, but not when we do the compile the for the real build. Also, programming that kind of stuff is the worst. Yeah, if you know coding and have experienced this, you know that it's just one of those without logic, and you can't just find an error in your code. That's a mistake, now I can fix it. So I don't even know what the real solution is to that, other than have to try to reforce compile it, or I don't know at this point. Actually, I'm too tired to think about it, but I have faith that we will obviously solve it somehow quite soon. Just don't compile it then. That's one way. Work in debug mode and not on release build. Classic. Yep. It haven't been happening, like I said, for, I don't know, I don't remember. But recently we had taming case, domination case, and what's even more crazy is that the domination is using the exact same code that the taming part where it works. So again, so incredible, not logic. And what's annoying is that, we have been running the clade healing XP for quite a while, and it works, and we're happy with the numbers. Obviously, there's always room to tweak and refinement depending on feedback when we run into larger scale, but yeah, that's why, since that was finished, that's why also I said it's going to be in our next patch, because it is in the patch and the code is there, but it's freaking not running. So yeah, we need to figure it out. Most basic Tinram guards now only getting hit for 1 and 2 damage to the head. I didn't know that. Is it only on the head that they take that little damage, or on all body parts? Cool mob, but game's dead. The game haven't started yet, 10E design, so cool down and wait. Why not just have a PTR? We are looking into that, but a PTR won't help when there's a code that compiles but simply doesn't work. I mean, that's what we're doing on our stress test or internal test server already. It doesn't work there, but it works on our dev clients. So it will be the same thing in PTR. Did the whole patch get reverted? No. We've reverted the backend stuff, the server optimization, but that doesn't really affect you until if things may lag when certain nodes gets overloaded again because we're running the old code there. That's how it could affect you. So obviously we really want to get that patched in again as soon as we can. Necromancy is not added in this patch. Necromancy is planned for the end of May patch. So you can look on our roadmap on our website. You can see what to expect in every patch and the estimation of when. And I hope you're doing well. My question is, can we trade our houses now after the patch? No, not in this patch. We trading and demolish your house is two options or functions we're going to add on your houses as well, but not in this patch. The pet brokers are not working. Yes, we know. We have a hot patch tomorrow. That's when we plan to enable those again. And I think we have 1 or 2 small fixes along with that. You're missing a semicolon on line 365. Yeah, that have happened a few times. That is one of those crazy things, right? Thousands of lines of codes and one little semicolon missing. Bam, all broken. We don't have too much of those anymore though, but yeah. The spears give clear XP next patch. Also add slings, not bolas. If you add slings, I'd get as whooped. It maybe makes sense to give some clear XP when you are hunting spirits. So yeah, I see that we want to add those. And maybe we have both slings and bolas. They may have their own tactical use, right? Stop ignoring the hard questions, Henrik. We're down to 1,000 players now on the map, built 10,000. Which we were never getting to. What's the plan from here? So wait, what's the question? We're down to 1,000 players now on a map, built 10,000, which we were never getting to. So what's your question? If Milan gonna support 10,000 players, or where we go from here? So obviously we have some plans going on here, right? You all know what happened with release. We've been standing still 3 months, building backend stuff, boring stuff that no players see or experience that much, but very necessary. The queue system also needed quite a bit of work. We're getting that in place now, finally. We, like I said, today had a very important performance patch backend that we still had to revert today. That's why we had to delay the patch today a little bit. We want to obviously deploy that back as soon as we can. We want to find a good amount of number where Milan feels, where it feels crowded, and that will be the threshold, soft threshold per continent. So that's what we work on. So we have several types of step. Roadmap content, finally starting with exciting content for players to be excited about. You have up to end of May on the roadmap. Obviously, we're going to continue on that roadmap after we deliver the last one. We have additional platforms we're going to release on, additional translation and regionals we're going to reach out to with partners. And quite a few more exciting things that is too early to announce. But trust me, this year will be very exciting for Mortal Online. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mortal Online become the greatest, most exciting, and very successful sandbox MMORPG on the market this year. And will only grow from here on. We're here for many years to work on this game and make it better and better. Yes, we just did a giveaway, Pat, right? So next chance next week. Our bags giants now. The bags are increased a few percentages, yes. Keep the way for quality, delay the patches. Any flying mounts? No, you won't be having any typical flying mounts. There will be special cases later down the road when we have further expanded AI. But traditionally you will have on-ground mounts and very many different types. But dude, you're not trustworthy. You blow smoke. Crimson, very well put of you with your opinion, and I respect that. I always make sure that I stay truthful to our path, and I always tell the truth with the development. And I'm trying to be as transparent and open as possible, explaining everything. I have no nice impression. I have no issues in answering any questions or taking any hate or even a little bit trolling, but I prefer not having trolling. I think we can at least be adults and have a mature conversation, and I will always do my best in responding and explain what the hell is going on from our point of view. And like I said, we're not the typical developers doing it the typical way, and I'm not the guy that quits. I don't give up, and I've set up a goal and I will reach that goal. So yeah, we will see. Some people just like to watch the world burn. True. We have all types of people in the world, and also a very good mix of that represented in our game, obviously. Freaking animals. Viking. This is Twitch Spartan Kicks adult conversation. You handle the trolls well, keep your head up, brother. I mean, I knew what I was getting myself into, right, when starting this project. Obviously, back then, 16 years ago, it was a little bit different. I guess new generations have joined the internet since then, and obviously we just have to follow the progression and development and do what we were set up to do and focus on that goal. Your player assurance call would like to see the item system like that implemented in the future. I wasn't playing assurance call. I tested it, but I was spending all my game time in Ultima Line, the first client-based MMO game on the market, which I was just blown away with, and that planted a seed for me personally. This is it. This is what I want to do in the future, and this is what I want to expand on, build. And what surprised me and disappointed me is that after Ultima Line, there wasn't anything worthy enough, and it just got more and more away from that type of game until they set a new standard on the MMO industry, releasing World of Warcraft. That's when the masses reached out. It was good timing, good IP, good developers, amazing story. Everything just clicked perfectly in timing when they released World of Warcraft. So everyone jumped that wagon and started to play. Holy shit, this is an MMO game with thousands of players. Awesome. They have no clue about what else there is to this genre. That made me sad, because obviously that great success molded the shape of what every publisher and company in the world should try to copy and make even better. So that's why we have 99% WoW clones and theme parks non-stop in the gaming industry. Not very exciting for me personally. I'm not the slightest interested in those type of MMOs. It's like comparing apples with a car. So I wanna play with the car, which is the sandwich game. I don't wanna play with an apple. And what's awesome is that when we started this journey, and especially with Mortal Kombat 2, we have seen a lot of people out there that have the same kind of view and are looking for something that is very different from World of Warcraft. And what's also even cooler is that we see a lot of WoW players joining in now and saying, holy shit, I never heard about this game and it's freaking awesome. It's so refreshing and different from those WoW clones. So it's awesome to see that the interest in this type of game is growing, and there's a huge audience out there that we want to obviously reach out to over the years. I played a bit Dark Age of Camelot Crimson. There were some good parts, I think, in Dark Age of Camelot. I did play World of Warcraft as well. I tried to force myself up to level 60 when it was, the vanilla rules. I couldn't push myself. It was too difficult game-wise, experience-wise, not difficulty challenge. I want to play with my friends and hang out and do fun things when I wanted to. And all players said, no, this is not Ultima Line. Calm down, Henrik, calm down. This is a theme park. Stand in line and play with those carousels, stand in line. And we are 20 levels above you, so sorry, we can't even hang out. We are in a totally different area than you are. Level up and start playing with us. Then the game gonna be fun. Okay, I was running around solo in a freaking MMO game and leveling up, and I never catch them. And after a few days, I said, fuck it, I can't. This is it for me. There was one game after Ultima Line that I thought was a worthy MMO game, and that was Star Wars Galaxies. Before they ruined it with allowing everyone to become Jedis. So yes, I'm also very inspired by Star Wars Galaxies from the old days. And there's a few good MMOs out there, I think, worthy as well. A little bit Dark Age of Camelot, as I said. Evil Line. Strangely, I played quite a bit Anarchy Online, which is a bit odd that I actually spent that much time into it. But there was some interesting stuff in that game as well. And then PlanetSide came and was a fresh take on the more instant action shooter version, which I was looking in depth into because I wanted a real-time, real-trace combat system for Mortal Kombat, which no other MMO had. But PlanetSide had a few steps towards that direction. That's why I examined that game in depth to see, what can be done with today's technology, etc. Did I play Darkfall? I played it for a few minutes. Obviously, that was the era when we were working on Mortal Kombat 1, and where they took a different direction. That's also where I don't agree with that game design. A few things like, you can become everything in one character. Everyone is shooting the magic arrows and have the same style, and the graphical style with the wolves and cartoony. It's an odd style that I wasn't really fond of either. But some of the character design decision in terms of how you build your character, again, obviously that's where we took a completely different direction, which we would prefer to see in a sandbox player-driven, economy-driven MMO game. So I didn't really spend much time into the game. I followed it, I watched it just as they did with Mortal Online, and we saw that there are some similarities for sure, but where we also take a little bit different approaches. Henrik hates WoW. I don't hate it. I see why it was a huge success, and obviously trying to see what can we learn from that, what could be used in a game like Mortal Online based on why it was so popular. So obviously we tried to analyze those parts as well. Obviously there's not too much that we can follow in terms of being a sandbox game rather than a theme park game. But there are some parts, that is inspiring in different ways. Did I play Neocron? No, I didn't. I saw it and didn't make me commit in trying it actually. What sucks the end game is all single player with friends. Instance bullcrap. Yeah, it is. Obviously, it's working on a wide casual market. It's clear to see where that works for a lot of players, casual players. But like I said, what I think is interesting is that many of those casual players that got tired of it, they find Mortal Online very exciting. Many of them think, holy shit, this is way too hardcore. Holy shit, you're freaking losing your loot. That's obviously shocking for many of them. But as soon as they watch past that and see the beauty of it, and that it doesn't matter. You can pick up new gear and you're set again. Then people are adapting and finding the joy in shit. It's can be very exciting and rewarding and riskful. Got ganked in Red Ridge by level 60 rogue. Nah. I didn't rage quit WoW. I couldn't enjoy it that much because I stressed through it, so I didn't look at all at the store and all that, which is obviously a very big investment in the game. So obviously, looking at that, I'm sure that there's great value in that. But I just wanted to play with my friends and kind of go quickly to more end game and hang out with my friends, which is impossible because it's level based. That's where I saw a big problem for me, So, and obviously that's the big difference, right? In Mortal Online, you can go straight to your friends, straight to their keep, straight to their guild as a complete noob, and start learning things, practicing things, tag along in a very dangerous dungeon or whatever it may be. And that's what I like, the freedom of doing whatever I want, whenever I want it, with whoever. From carousel to hamster wheel. My exact experience in most MMOs aside from MMO1. Yeah, I think most people that find their way in here kind of have a similar view, right? That you're looking for this kind of game experience, or that's why I guess many of you guys are here at least. Tibia, no, I haven't really played Tibia in the sense of really going through it either. Again, I've just touched quite a lot of MMOs, and when there wasn't really something really hooking me or that I had time to spend more time in it, I just have continued on to the next one, or just simply spent all my freaking time into making our own game. Computer guitar shields for just... I showed them the last stream, Flawless Sullivan. I'm sure you have that screenshot on Discord, etc. Did you play Chivalry? I did play Chivalry, yes. Mountain Blade, Chivalry, and Mordhau, all those similar area games. And yeah, the thing was, when we designed our melee fighting system, one of these games were kind of in the makings. They reached out to us and wanted to help us building a melee fighting game, but they didn't have their melee system finished at that time. And after they saw how we figured things out using Unreal 3 back then, they disappeared and then released their version of it. So a little strange setup. And then after that, people said, why don't you do it like that game? And we said, it is our game when it comes to how the melee combat were set up and working. The only big difference here is when comparing to a game like Chivalry, for instance, is Chivalry is not an MMO game, as you know. It's a multiplayer replication network data with dependent on low latency, completely different from Mortal Online network. That is also why there will always be a certain types of disconnects, some latency, some flukes that can always have an effect on reliable, constant combat. That's simply part of it, because the technology only go so far when it comes to latency worldwide. All the different routing worldwide, all the different personal internet connection and computer status will have some kind of impact or effect into a real-time combat system. So that is also why it's always a huge challenge to have a real-time combat system with great detail. And just look at our game compared to any other MMO. There is no other MMO that has such detailed hitboxes on the body, where every armor part can have a absorption, and where there's a real-time trace on your actual blade that collide with your body parts and have an effect. It's a lot of things going on already there, and throw in thousands of players in this same world where all this happens, and then on top of combat we have hundreds of skills and items, features, and it very quickly becomes something very different, obviously, from Age of Chivalry. We have our player base vote again and rank order of next few magic schools. We may want to add our vote option in login when it's time to make a final decision on the next school. So everyone that is not here as well, just log into the game, can cast their votes, so we get a very big amount of number. Obviously, it would be great to give them the information of what does it entail, the ones you're voting on, and depending on if they find this information, because some votes may be changed when they hear some of the details behind the schools as well, right? Shapelifting spells, please. Yeah, so that is one of the schools that you can learn. And it won't be in the typical way like, some MMO, some RPG games and Diablo, where you just completely mold into a perfect bear and running around. I've discussed this with Mats. How does this fit in Mortal Online? Our shape-shifting. And as you know, Mats have a lot of great ideas and deep plans for all of these areas, and it all makes sense. There's an explanation behind everything, and a lore behind everything. So I want to make sure that all that fits and is correct this time around, and we are happy and set with that for the future. I appreciate hearing your reason with all the criticism. We only want your game to be the best it can. Yeah, thank you. Why Game is so slow? I think the game is slow. One of the reasons is what I just talked about when it comes to comparing Mortal Online to a multiplayer game or single player game even. We have a huge system we spent years into building a ping normalization system, a prediction system that allows the magic that we have in front of us. Believe it or not, we are one of a kind when it comes to having players worldwide from all countries in the world in the same game server, and we can all compete in a very fair level when it comes to fighting in a game in a very skillful way and very high detail of depth and traces. So obviously there's the systems only allow so much when it comes to latency and all these systems I just described, and we want to make sure that it makes sense for everyone playing it. In Mortal 1, for instance, some players, like half of the player base, couldn't even see what was going on. Why am I hit on 20 meters? Why doesn't this system works and reliable, and everyone is flying around and warping around? No new player at a certain time in a more modern time were giving a Mortal a chance after seeing that, because it was simply not working. 15 years ago, that was quite impressive, but obviously we knew that we had to fix that part to make everyone feel, okay, this makes sense, this can work, I'm interested, it looks good. So, and also we don't want a game like Quake, running around in 60 kilometers per hour and doing Quake jumps or strafe jumps, crazy stuff like that. We try to tie it to some kind of realism at the same time and rely as much as we can on player skills. So, that's some of the explanation behind it. Druids. They watch the YouTube videos I make, I get a lot of things sent to me, and obviously I hope that people don't get upset or insulted when I don't respond or can't cover everything. Like I said, we try to cover as much as we can. Try to respond wherever we can, and we try to watch feedback videos, all kinds of things that people are investing time into. We appreciate it, and we think it's awesome to see it. So with that said, I can't promise that I managed to see everything from start to end. I tried to quick glance through a lot of the things and try to, get something valuable out of whatever I may have able to find and have the time to go through. Ever play EVE Online? Yes, still have an account reading skills. I thought EVE Online was a very interesting and cool MMO game. I played it on and off over the years, not as of late, haven't had the time, but years ago I played it quite a bit on and off. Some things I thought was really cool. Some things I was missing a little bit. Some of those things I can see maybe coming in Star Citizen and in that other similar game. What is it called now? Help me guys. The third game that is Horizon. What's it called? Something Horizon, right? Very similar. Where you have full control of your ship, which is one of the things that I thought was pretty interesting. Elite Dangerous, exactly. Yeah, Elite Dangerous. I played that also quite a bit. Some cool stuff in it that I enjoyed. But yeah, one of the things that when I started to work with Mortal 9, I was wondering, what the hell is EVE Online doing? After so many years, they talked about new big systems and they never came. And it's not that they were a team of 30 with limited budget. I was wondering, why are they not expanding and taking those leaps of new technology that now Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen is doing? That will be the natural evolution, and they will still be in the top lead in my book if they manage to do it. They had all the chance, I think. So, I was kind of wondering, what the hell are they doing? Are they working on something completely different, or what's going on? Comparing what we have been delivering throughout the beta, it's like we're creating 10 EVE Online games over a few months. It's been crazy in comparison. I was thinking, what the hell, what are they doing with the resources? Give us a fraction and we will show the world something freaking insane. But yeah, I don't know how they do things, so I can't point fingers. We have had our rough journey with a small team and try to do what's good for us. So everyone have a different, I guess, tactical way of working. Also depending on size, changes that very differently. I had 20 content updates and I could never tell what they even added. Yeah, that's what I mean. I was missing a lot of work updates, content that were interesting. And, I was obviously comparing that to what are we doing, with 5 people for 2 months or something. And then even more with, in our beta when we're growing as a team and cranking out content and feature in an insane way, but also, requiring additional polish afterwards throughout the beta. But yeah, overall, I liked EVE Online on and off over the years. So a pretty good MMO. And yeah, Elite Dangerous offers some of those things that I was missing in EVE Online. And yeah, Star Citizen, the ever-going project that probably never gonna change because they have a perfect business model, super successful. Why change it? To just risk disappoint people if they change it. So I can understand they've been running for all these years without risking. Question is if it's gonna be an MMO or not. The network solution. That's the big project. And I mean, it looks like they have infinite resources, so would be odd not to make use of it. wish your game was as good as Eve. You know, I have more fun in Mortal Online. I prefer Mortal Online over Eve Online. I'm playing Mortal Online as well quite a lot. I played Eve Online for many years. They have a solid polish, no doubt. Like I said, it's like, again, comparing a team of what, 500 developers to 20 developers. It would be strange if there wouldn't be a noticeable difference, right, in some of the polished areas. But I do enjoy Mortal Online a lot more than Eve Online, personally. You know, that's my opinion. I think that kind of gameplay I get in Mortal Online is much more interesting for me than the gameplay I get from Eve Online. Like I said, I still think Eve Online is a good game. I played it for many years. I was heavily inspired by their play-driven crafting and trading content. You know, that's why we have a lot of depth invested in that in Mortal Online as well. It is also the most boring game ever made. I mean, it has its areas where it shines, I think. I did have one friend. He only played it sitting in the hangars. That's it. So that's all he saw. sitting docked in safety, looking at numbers, trading things. And it was brilliant for him, you know. But that's it. That's all what it gave. And I was missing a lot of variations features. Yeah, I could trade, craft, fly around, do missions, but nothing else. That's what I started getting slowly a bit disappointed. I wanted more different features. They were starting to talking about playing first person, right, running around and having all that, and it ended up being a completely different version of something that I stopped following that a little bit, but that started to, you know, interest me again, that okay, so now maybe we're gonna be able to run around in first person, shoot, etc. But yeah, it became something completely different, right? I mean, they're still running stable, right? So obviously a very successful old MMO. Star Citizen pay to win is already dead. It is pay to win in my book as well. I hear a lot of mixed opinions, and those opinions have been slowly transferring to a different tone over the many years that have been progressing the game. But yeah, the big question is, what will it turn out to be, or if and when? Looks pretty cool, at least, no doubt. I think it's one of the impressive graphic MMOs out there, but comparing their character with ours, I'm biased, but I have to say, from a professional point of view, looking at the technical points and realism, I think our artists surpassed them when looking at a character at fully. But I think they're quite close in behind, and you know, the whole game looks awesome, obviously. Star Citizen finally has full loot PvP on players, not ships, but still 50 players service and bad FPS. Yeah, like I said, the big challenge is to make a large-scale network solution. We know a lot about that, and we have struggled for so many years, right? So, and we know that is the project. Anyone in the world, or you know, with proper time and design, can make something look very cool. Especially now with, you know, powerful engines like Unreal 5. A lot of awesome finished assets. So, you know, very quickly, anyone can throw something together to look just awesome today. But obviously, the next challenge is to make the game behind it, game logic codes, and then even bigger challenge is a network solution. I would say that is probably the most challenging part in building a game when you're deciding to make a MMO game, because everything gets complicated by multiply with 10 in every single freaking area, and even more when it's a sandbox, because we never know what the player is gonna figure out or come up with nifty creative ideas, which is also one of the beauty of the game being a sandbox, but it could obviously cause issues that we never foreseen or thought about until later. So yeah, 50 player network solution, that is obviously not a MMO solution at this point yet. So again, that is the big challenge. I'm sure they can pull it off with those insane resources, but when will it happen? It's been what? How many years is it? 10 years, right? I don't remember. They should have had a network solution by now. I think it's crazy. It used to be good. Game changes the last 4 or so years. Yeah, I can't say how it is at this point really, because I haven't really looked into it at all the last years. Something tells me Henrik isn't red. I'm come from the old school MMO style from Ultima Online. I played as a red, but I also had other types. I played in Chaos as well, the Chaos and Aura War, faction wars, to really get maximum PvP non-stop. Immortal Online, I'm quite nice and calm, because it feels wrong if me as one of the creators and designers kills and steals from our players. Can you see how I see that? It kind of hurts when I'm bad in my own game. So, and I guess also a little bit with age comes, I don't know, being a little bit more nice against people compared to when I was a teenager playing Ultima Online, being crazy. It's the community that makes the game. Eve is good for that. Yeah, there's been huge communities in Eve for sure. I hate Eve. It was not published at first, mate. No, not initially. I know they were also struggling a lot, being a smaller team as well initially compared to where they were later on. But over time they become very successful, expanded extremely. They have a team in multiple locations in the world, got enough resources to hire anyone in the world, and just improve, polish, and make the game even better. And hopefully we can start that journey as well. We're already expanding and improving, as I mentioned, and getting that core capacity in place so we can finally not have to risk touching in that deep core place of the network again, and just focus on exciting game feature development. This comment is so slow, I fell asleep in my first hour there. It's very specific, and I can see that a lot of new players are struggling a little bit following that tutorial. When I started first time, there were no tutorial, and then I was playing again some years later. There was quite a robust tutorial, so obviously those are very important. And yeah, I can see that that's not have been easy for them to engage with new players and quickly get them aboard, which is always a big challenge in a MMO game. And obviously that's something we also challenge with trying to make a interesting tutorial without making it feel too slow or not interested. How can we players help you guys out besides just play? Hey, by the way, Dark Seer, I mean, just being in the community, supporting us, spreading the word. Why do you like Mortal? Why should people try it? The more it grows, that comes a long way. Mouth to mouth marketing is a very powerful factor for a game like this, especially when it's a very specific game features that is not the typical standards, theme park, casual. So just having a growing awesome community goes a very long way. And obviously reporting any issues you may find, reporting any fishy things is very helpful always. We appreciate that greatly. And yeah, that's all. As long as you enjoy the game and want to support us, that means the world for us, and that allows us to continue. So yeah, thank you guys. You should have played Tibia. It was really good. Better you or Tibia could inspire for Emma too. I know it's a good game. It just like I said, I had to choose my hours per day. Where do I spend them? And it was UO for me for 12 years, I think it was, which is quite a lot. And some of those years I invested quite a lot in that game. I was hooked. But like I said, it also inspired me and shaped my future of what I want to do, when finished school education and all that. So I bet Tibia was good. I heard a lot of good of it. I have friends that play that. But yeah. I hate you cannot watch and we're going to play even online now. Okay, thank you. Spinning ships, best way to play indeed. Sitting there in the dock and rotating your ship, fitting it. There was a satisfaction in it, but yeah, a lot of players did that a lot. Mission sucks in Eve. I agree that part was very repetitive, and I was thinking, why don't they expand on that over all those years? Some of those things I was missing. Why don't they expand when they have all the resources in the world and there's no competitive game? Just push on the lead. That's what I would do, at least. Yeah, we're looking to add some variation timers from min-max to spice things some up more, Crimson. MI2 versus Eve is like Lord of the Rings versus Star Wars. All depends on the preference. We choose Lord of the Rings all day long. Yeah, for sure. I mean, fantasy versus science fiction, right? Initially, fantasy was dominating around 90% of the interest on the market. So I thought, we're making Mortal Line similar to Evil Line, but in the fantasy setting where we can tap into 10 times more players. But there have been increased interest, I think, in science fiction as well overall, both from movies and games. So it's interesting, and I've always been one of those that enjoy both. I can actually go back and forth between Lord of the Rings and Star Wars because I enjoy both. I like both universes in different styles and different preferences, but I really enjoy both. But I love Evil Line for the same reason. This game, same with the hardcore mechanics, this game will bring the shakes like Eve does. Anyone that plays Eve will know what I mean. Yeah, I agree to your statement, Russian Crush'em. Star Citizen is not pay to win by any means. Yeah, like I said, I haven't followed that game lately, so I can't say really the direction. I heard a lot of negative things from people that have been very following it in depth daily and getting a little bit more disappointed by some of the main decision and how it moves away a little bit from what some may have thought it would be instead. And yeah, right now it's you can invest thousands of dollars and you get cool ships that you can fly around with and shoot at others. Please don't take it too hard that silly people are complaining your game is absolutely great, and it will get even greater. No matter what happens, don't let people generate more pressure to you. Remain true to yourself. Thanks to you all at Starvolt. Patriot, thank you very much. And yeah, obviously I have learned to separate personal feelings on the internet. Not doing that, I think, would just be bad, right? But again, I mean, I am a human and this is my baby. I'm very passionate about this. And I take it very seriously. I spent so much time and so many years, and I spent everything into this project. So obviously, hearing nasty stuff is just sad, And since we do want to, I especially want to reach out to players, the community, be somewhat available and do these things, and also to allow us to improve the game even better. And since I committing to doing that, then obviously I will also get the crap. Obviously, I can't ignore that until I see this is crap. I should ignore it, right? So, but that's how the world is, right? We're all different, and there will always be those that don't want to understand or have the patience, or just think we're doing everything wrong. And that's the beauty, it's a free world with thousands of games. You find your way and you support them by paying and buying that game, playing that game. That's how the world works, right? So obviously, if we don't have any players interested in the game, that will show, and that means there will be less and less resources to us to continue this journey. So that's all right. If we're doing something great and interesting that player are interested in and want to spend their time and money into, then obviously we will deliver 100%, as good as we can in return. No patch today. Yes, the patch is live, Knero. It is live. We run into one bump initially, had to take it down and work on that, revert one of the backend part that doesn't really affect you currently, and then we finally got the servers running again with the content update from the roadmap. We're planning a hot fix tomorrow with the pet broker or disabled currently live, so that should be fixed, along with a few small things still. When Voip for Mortal 2, I can't say when at this point. Can we get horse to jump, Henrik? I want that too. So sooner or later, yes. What beard oil do you use? Currently, none. I have beard oil, but I'm not using too much. Yeah, I don't use much of anything actually. Quite natural. I have this salt spray that I sometimes use after I showered, washed the hair. Then it just, I can mold it very easily without having crap or too much stuff in here. That's it. Mortal beats these other games in most ways, just need TC to push it over the top. I agree. There's a lot of exciting content in our upcoming roadmap, and obviously TC is a a big component that many players are looking forward to. A lot of team efforts there. But there's also a lot of other major features that will be very exciting for the game. Yeah, there are some issues with the flagging, which is also supposed to be in the hotfix tomorrow. So should have some improvement in tomorrow's patch. Henry killed me once in UO. Did I? I had many victims back then. I was very dangerous. Playing with the top tier guild, one of the best PvPers in the world. We formed the first PK expression, first in history ever. That was golden times and pure magic. Pure magic. It really took a special place in my heart forever, and this is why I'm here today, guys. The only big difference is that I'm a little bit more kind to players, especially in Mortal Online. It doesn't feel right to kill my own players, right? And it's just awesome also to meet you guys in-game. I had a few sessions, I don't know if anyone of you was there, but throughout the stress test and beta, I was hanging around in different parts of the game, and people showed up and we just had a cool Voip session in game hanging out. It's just a unique experience, I think. Really cool. And slow reaction. We know you aren't nearly as good as you were in UO. That is correct. That is correct. Obviously with age, reaction and some of those Twitch skills sadly slow down, especially if you don't keep them running up and tight. So yeah, no doubt I have dropped in skills. Like I said, my skills started in Quake Nordic Championships, and I was quite active. I was quite a hardcore gamer back then. So yeah. Damn teenagers, indeed. I was no doubt one of those bastards to some. But I also remember that when I did a few innocent murders and stole all their loot in UO, I always felt a little bit bad about them. So sometime I paid some of it back and they got quite happy again. Die by the sword. A secret guy, Henrik. I do. You know, I want to experience Mortal Online in a few different ways. I have classic, openly Henrik running around, and then I have undercover character. So I want to have the experience as any player, you know, being killed, being pushed, all that as a player. No privilege as you know, often it's not a privilege actually running around. There's always this attraction is of trying to take my head, right? So always a little target no matter what. Zero Life, thank you for the subscription. I must have missed that, or am I super behind again, guys? Let me jump down a little bit. Sorry for skipping stuff. Void Order, supposed to be fixed as well with our upcoming hotfixes. Word of mouth marketing, not mouth. Obviously. Chav, thank you for correcting me. Sorry if I'm saying something crazy, feel free to correct me. My brain is a little exhausted by today's hard work and stress. Obviously, as soon as something hits the fan or something goes not as planned, obviously it affects us, right? We do everything we can to get back on track as fast as we can. So, yeah. We can help by saying what we like and constructive criticisms to make the game better. Exactly. We have absolutely no problem in hearing any constructive criticism in any form or way area of the game. That is something we appreciate. Perfectly fine. But yeah, obviously there's two ways in passing that information to us. One is, you stupid asshole, what the hell? That's when we click on ignore button. Obviously we can't work with madness. This is our daily work. I'm doing this 12-hour a day, Monday to Sunday pretty much. Obviously I won't work with madness. I hope everyone respect that. Sega Phonics with the bits. Thank you, man. This is early access, pre-release on Voip. Thank you for your criticism. Appreciate it. We're really trying to follow the plan on how we communicate everything, what our release entails and how it works and why it is like that. I went in great detail in trying to explain those steps, and I've done it in several of my streams. I hope we have those highlighted as well. If not, we will make sure those are highlighted. For those that may be new in here or doesn't know or missed that or think something of that is not thought through. That is thought through, and there's good explanation and information about that. Can we get point of interest to fight so soon, like relics, other things drive PvP? There will be relics, and we're working on 1,400 interest points. And we will have nation conflicts. We have guild wars in the next patch, so you can force declare guilds. There are coming more and more options to have conflicts. Sega Phonics with additional bits. Wipe be release. We're not wiping. The game world is persistent, and there are several big components and resources, more land coming over time, and it's ever evolving. So there's no reason to wipe. The only thing we're wiping is cheating and dupes that we have had. Can you add player own guards? So with TC you will get those type of functions to kind of expand your own cities. If you guys play Chivalry of Mordhau and taking inspiration melee combat from those games, I talked about that, explain how we built the melee system before those games pretty much copied our systems. Back in the day, we had some of those developers supposedly working with us with the melee system, but not with the purpose in helping us, it turned out. So there are some very similarities in the detail of how our melee combat system works, and we was quite pioneer in that area many years ago. But the big difference is where their games shine in reaction and the details of hitting and interacting is due to latency. It's not MMO solution, it's network game. Very different. Been lost naked for 3 days. Oh my god. You can always resurrect at nearest priest or home priest Theraxus if you're totally lost and you don't find your way back to civilization. When we implement OL, hopefully soon. Fix horse armor, drop and bag. Must learn maps sometime, thank you, we'll use that. I mean, we all get lost initially, right? It's a huge world, and especially in the jungle and forests, they are real jungle and forests. So yeah, you get lost, and that's one of the cool things that you have to, learn that and can become successful in reading the environment. Everyone gets lost every now and then, especially when being new. And then you use that knowledge and power, knowing your way around in the world and how you can traverse different slopes, mountains, and take shortcuts and avoid different types of danger. It's all part of the game world. I got lost in the jungle in Mortal 1 for 3 days. Some of the best game moments actually getting lost in the game. Hell yes. Zero, exactly. That's part of the game. I think it's refreshing. It's, not that many in game you get lost. You just click M, map, and there you are, a big pointer. Magically you know where you are and can bypass that whole exploration and knowledge and power, which I think belongs in Mortal. Could you expand the changes to housing item limits? We expanded them a little bit to fit the scale from small to big. So just following that logical step. Taking one step further in that, giving players more options to decorate and store items, especially now when you will actually be able to team use housing that were more limited before with keys and all that. We're not done by any means in terms of it won't expand further, but we need to make sure that performance is king here. We don't just want to make it explode that whenever you walk into a player city you go down to 10 FPS or crash. That would be bad. So we take it in careful steps and monitoring the cost and all that. It's again complicated, but there are so many things in a sandbox where you decide where you build, where you hang, and all that. But we are progressing heavily in that field. Great game, Henrik. Thank you very much. If I get lost, I just delete my character and remake it. That's one way, I guess. That's one way. I remember wandering into a maze in Mortal 1 with friends. Then I made a map of the maze by hand, something I never do in other games. That was one of my favorite memories of it. Sadly, we got destroyed by some cats soon after we left the maze. I think I know what maze you're talking about. And yeah, cool moments for sure. And trust me, we have some really cool content coming in our upcoming roadmap. One area I'm very excited about is the necromancy field area, dungeon, location. I really hope you guys record all that and share that afterwards. Because yeah, I really want to see how you experience that at first hand. It's something new. Was capacity issues fixed like you said they would be in this patch? Scoreface, sadly, no. We patched it earlier today. With that update, we found some serious issues. We couldn't let that run. We had to take down the servers, remove or revert that specific part, and keeping the rest of the content patch, and then start the server as soon as we could again. So no, and we will go back on that tomorrow to try to fix those lost things, and hopefully soon again we'll be able to deploy that part that heavily affects capacity. Look like GigaShad. Oh my god. How come we don't have a test server? We have a test server. It's not just public. And we are evaluating to have a public one as well. There are several steps to go through. Could I have soulbound underwear? Maybe. 70% like GigaShad. all right. There are several red priests, and now you can hire your own priest as a stronghold or keep owner. And later on you will have more options to control those along with TC updates. Maybe a level less Megashad. Thank you very much, Olix. Level less. I thought GigaShad was a graphical created masterpiece or something like that to strengthen the dominant male features to an extreme. That's what I read a long time ago. I don't know. I heard Ben Affleck before and I heard, what is it called? The old Batman before Ben Affleck, especially when I didn't have my beard. I have a photo when I was younger without beard when I look exactly like him. Not GigaShad, Henrik. I know I am not Valander. I just find it funny to be compared with a graphical created art. A little bit strange, right? Why his boyfriend loves this patch? Thank you, Henrik. I'm happy to hear that. Brain dance. Yeah, there are spikes to happen again when there are hotspots of avatars play interaction in certain nodes. That is the part that will be fixed with the backend optimization patch that was online this morning, but we had to revert that part. So hopefully as soon as possible it will be back to finally have those choke points removed. Christian Bale, yeah, that's the name. Holy shit, I usually are pretty good at remember some of those things, but yeah, my memory is failing me a little bit. Best Batman, I agree. I think Christian Bale in Batman Dark Knight Rises and Bane was awesome. I like that movie. When he was doing the American Psycho movie, there's a photo of him that I also had a photo of me when I was younger without beard, where it looks extremely look-alike. So I heard that a lot when I was in that age without beard. And then it turned to Ben Affleck with the beard version. Yes, the graphic GigaShad is a graphic bug. Enough with the bullshit conversation. Player upkeep on all player housing is broken. How is it broken, DG Sean? Give me the information. I'm sure if you report it, my guys should have it on their table. I see my own horse now, criminal action. That should be fixed in tomorrow's hotfix. Wait, the alts are back up? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. Loot bags seem bigger. They are a little bit bigger. A little bit easier to find them as well in tall grass. At what age did your beard start to grow a lot? I don't know, because I actually always were clean shaved until I think it was Adria, my colleague, that said, Henrik, you should try the beard. I think it could fit you. So I did, and since then I've been pretty much had it. So yeah, quite late in my life I went beard. So I'm not sure when it started. To get Voip, yes. Loot bags were meant to be increased a little bit. Yeah, mistake if it's not in the patch notes. Should be a little bit bigger. We plan to do a hotfix tomorrow as soon as we can. I missed the whole stream because of work. What did I miss, ladies and gents? A little bit of everything, I would say. I guess there will be this summarized version afterwards that you can have some recap on to go through if you want to. Players using portable grinders to block people. You can break those portables with 2 swings. Beautiful woman, that one. Which one? Do you mean the Tupilak? Healing game members is now coming to action. That will be fixed. Hopefully in a hot fix already. Yes, we have a dedicated testing team to go through features, helping us to cover as much as we possibly can. And we are reorganizing that a little bit to make it as effective as possible. And we are also evaluating the opportunity to make a public test server if that may work out for us. Curtis beard at age 55. Do I look that old, Sheen? Yeezy? 55. I will be happy if I look like this at age 55. Can't wait for additional ASMR streams. From me or what, Micharlus? We need an allied system. Yeah, we haven't had an allied system yet, but we plan to obviously add one. Henrik 40 is celebrated with us on stream. That is correct. Just turned 40. Don't look a day over mid 30. I'm very happy to hear that, Sheen. That is very kind of you. I would be happy if I looked like that at 40. I still see myself as that young kid always, which is very strange. Obviously, I'm more wise, I have more knowledge, but it kind of stick that, you know, there are always those that are more adult than me. I think it's a strange feeling. And yeah, I still think I look like quite young. Starting to look younger than me. Maybe it's my super renewable cell pills program that is starting to kick in. I'm looking younger than my friends in my generation. Holy cow. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you. It was in March 18th, so yeah, a month ago now. It's the full head and hair on the S tier skincare routine. I actually don't use anything on my skin. I have a self moisturizing skin, I guess. Is it because of a clay gift? Maybe. Bath in baby blood. Adrenochrome confirmed. Not really adrenochrome. There are some exciting development progression that I'm a little bit involved with as well when it comes to, you know, renewal of cells. It's exciting that we're stepping into that era. Sounds like science fiction to many, but we're actually taking those steps now. It's something that I'm interested in as well. I ever thought about having a development spotlight stream to showcase some of the work your team is doing, interviews with team members, their roles, active work, keep the community updated with eyes in the work, on the work. Yeah, I mean, I've talked briefly with some of the guys if they would be up for interested in joining in a stream or anything like that, and some of them may be interested. Some of them don't really feel that they may wanna dare to take that step, and some are just simply a little bit too stressed to take that step. And I fully understand them. You know, obviously I don't want to force anyone to participate. And also usually these streams goes after work hour a little bit late. That's the only time I can also spare some of this with you guys. So we will see if we can make something like that happen down the road. The long life Clade gift. What did I miss? Recap. Oh, we talked about all kind of stuff. There's usually a good recap afterwards that you can scan through at least. cycling children blood through your system. There is something much more efficient than that. Actually, created blood that is more efficient than young blood these days. Perfect blood. Manufactured. Big congratulations to 40 man. Thank you very much, Ogmir. Thank you, thank you. Valandir, yeah, we will have to see. When things calm down a little bit, we are, constantly releasing those solid roadmap content feature patches, and we, getting used to that. We don't have to fiddle around with the core depth of the server capacity and such like that. I think things will be a little bit more calm down and under control, and we can focus on more isolated areas, and hopefully maybe do some additional team streams, etc. Looks 40 and 20 at the same time. How is that possible? 40 or 20? Stress sweat. I hope your dreams comes true, Henrik, because with respect, we've been let down many times. Snafu Gaming. Yeah, and it hurts me, obviously, to let you guys down. Like I said, this is my passion project and baby and life work. So obviously, when things goes wrong or I let you guys down, obviously it hurts. That's just the truth behind it. And I do everything I can to improve and make it work as fast as possible without killing the team. We're here for the long run, and hopefully you will see also that in the long run things are moving in the right direction. The game is growing and becoming better and better. I don't know why patches are not tested over and over. They are tested. Every single day we do test runs. It's a bit more tricky and complicated than that, we should test it before go live. There's more things that can go wrong that also have gotten wrong. And obviously we're doing everything we can to improve that area to make sure we don't have problems in upcoming patches. We're working on that very hard. Next patch still on track for end of April. It is. I can't say an exact date, but the goal is still end of April, which also means, early May, depending on days as well. We try to always release early in the week, and sometimes those days overlap in a tricky way to be within the same month, right? So already want to flag for, we may overlap days in the months. I know you're sincere. That's why I still keeping faith, brother. Snafu Gaming, thank you very much. Thank you. And yeah, for sure, there's nothing more I'm hungry about than letting things speak for itself. I can say one thing, and obviously the game will speak the truth in the long run. And that's what I want to make sure is getting a reliable factor for everyone that follows the project. We had a very, very solid run throughout over a year in beta, hitting every single deadline we set up on the day. Sometimes delayed hours, but still within the day. I think we had like 2 or most 3 small delays. And we're not talking about small content. It was no backend server stuff. It was only feature content mostly. And yeah, we had a very solid run. Every freaking second week was Christmas for everyone involved, and it was constantly growing. Obviously, we want to reach back to that kind of phase where we don't have to dig into deep areas of the server anymore and just, again, focus on game features and content. So yeah. Gonna add in game calendar to MO2. What are the names of the months? Oh, that's a good question for Mats, I would say. It is the end of April. We are on 22nd. We have a whole other week until it's end of April. And like I said, I already want to warn for there's no exact dates. It doesn't mean that it has to be in the last day of April. You know, we try to make sure things are solid, tested, confirmed, and we also have a good timing on the day in the week to deliver something so we can follow up if something, you know, doesn't go correct. The game is not playable and doing something about it. Yes, we are working very hard on it. Rollback lag, rollback lag. No, we did an hour rollback today because things broke more than we could manually handle. But that's, you know, that's it. Yeah, we know we have server lag every now and then now since we reverted the optimization. That part was the one that broke in initially in the patch day today. So we're doing everything we can to get that back as soon as we can as well. There are job openings. I will send you a resume. Yeah, you can send them to info@starwatt.se. Thank you. Yeah, we know that there are, whenever a node choke up now with the old server performance, that causes some lag in certain areas. It does usually calm down depending on player activity. And yeah, that is what we want to have fixed with the patch that we had to revert today. Is that Guthara? What? Me? No. Has the sub fee already started? No. We haven't started the free month yet. We will announce when we start the free month, and then obviously after that month, that's when a subscription is required. It's a theory. It's under progression. We don't have an accurate aid at this point in time. What's the most exciting feature you're expecting next year's roadmap? The next year? Holy shit. That is far ahead. Your game is a joke, man. Thank you very much, Crimson. You don't have to play the game that you call a joke. Feel free to revisit whenever you want. Like I mentioned before, I'm perfectly happy to hear proper feedback and criticism, but there's a line, right, where we become children, and I can't work with that, as you can understand. So that's where my respect gets lost. But thank you. Now I know. I don't know next year. I have my eyes set on this year. We have quite a lot of cool features coming this year. Ciadane. So I can't say what's going on in next year. Deputies, thank you very much for the subscription. Don't give the haters so much attention, Eric. No, I mean, I try not to, but I always hope the best of people, right? Being able to have a civil comment or response. I guess I hope too much about people. I don't know. Maybe that's one of my wrongdoings. But I always try to have high hopes of people, especially those that are engaging with us here. But yeah, maybe that's wrong of me. Yeah. And like I said, it's perfectly fine to be unhappy and not like things. I understand that. But, you know, we can still be civil about it. And if someone is too unhappy and don't like it, then obviously maybe it's time to take a break and come back later and see if things improve in the right direction for those that thought so. That's perfectly fine, right? This is the best game I've ever played. How someone can call this a joke is laughable. I have over 1,300 hours, and hopefully I'll have a whole lot more in the future. Okay, and thank you very much. And yeah, it always warms my heart to hear that. Obviously, we have a lot of people also very much enjoying the game so far, even though we have had rough bumps. I fully agree. Annoying steps, I fully agree. Frustration, I fully agree. But there's also some good stuff about it, right? Hopefully. And yes, I have no doubt that this year will be a huge lift for the game in several areas. To clap more with cheeks or without the beard? I don't know. I don't know. Crimson's a big troll. Is sit in help chat complaining and trash talking all day. Sits in stream doing the same thing. Yeah, I mean that's not the right way to try to help and get progress done or attention done, right? It's just the opposite way, because obviously how does anyone react to someone being insulting or acting as a child? The normal response to that is usually the opposite, right? You ignore them and move on with your life, right? So it's just odd to me if someone really cares and want to reach out with something serious, then, you know, to me it's just very strange not to do that in a civil way if you're serious about what you're saying, right? So, but again, I guess we're all different and have different ways. But I know that we can at least only work with adult, civilized discussion. It's as that simple. What are you most excited about bringing to Borderlands 2? There are several things I'm very excited about. Several of the magic schools I'm very much looking forward to play around with. Some of the boss dungeon content, one of them I'm working with right now. I'm very excited about to see how that is impacting you as a player base. And there are several small or big features that are giving a lot of value, like trinkets that we're getting very soon. There's a lot of cool value in those that can give you even more refined builds over time. We have wagons and ships on the horizon eventually that I'm looking forward to very much. So that there's quite a lot to look forward to for me personally when it comes to just looking at the different features in the coming year. I don't complain about the game and come here is most likely a kid and just has maturity issues. Yeah, maybe that's true. I took a year break. Yep. Anyway, I always remember that question I want to ask after the stream are over. Good question. Last 5 deaths from bugs. This is useless, man. Yeah, I think I need a break. It's clear you're getting way too upset. Again, I fully understand the frustration. But, yeah. Stop pretending you don't see this. I'm not pretending at all. I don't have eyes everywhere. I'm not in the game. And it's very late here now in Sweden, so pretty much all of my developers is asleep. We plan to revisit, obviously, very early tomorrow. Sebastian is starting very early to work with the hotfix we have planned, and obviously we'll look into if there's any additional issues.
Oh my god, another one.
Thank you very much for the subscription. Azarath TV. We got a gift. Wacko Night with the gifts. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh my god, another one.
We're hiring internationally. Yes, we're actually hiring a lot internationally. It obviously helps us to expand and trying to find developers we're looking for beyond Sweden borders.
Another one. Oh my god, another one.
No problem, Josie. Thank you for streams. Thank you very much. Wacko Nights. Take your time and do this right. Yes, we are trying our absolutely hardest to make it right as fast as possible. And I have full confidence that we will get things right and we will get in a good spot and grow from there. I'm not sure what happened with the house upkeep. Everything is posted. As soon as we have developers looking into that, things should be clear. Could be that we have a node crash in the world, which usually ties to some odd behaviors. We have a backup system for that usually are working 99 times out of 100. But since this patch today, we had to manually revert the server backend work. And just our wild guess is that that could be something there that were not 100% correct that could cause an issue. That is my guess. Veronica and your beautiful team, thank you for streaming. We appreciate all your hard work. Thank you very much. Act accordingly. Act accordingly. Loving the game, super fun. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. It means a lot to obviously hear all points of view in our project. Not listening to the players that don't suck up to him. T-Zoni, I think you're completely misunderstand me. I explained that I have no problem whatsoever to hear any adult civil conversation, report, criticism, everything. I'm adult and I can handle that perfectly fine. And I would think it's strange if, people wouldn't be reporting or complaining on things, right? But there's a huge difference in saying, you suck, I don't like you, what the hell? That's compared to normal conversation. Look, this part I really think is bad or whatever, and it's for this and that reason, and maybe this could be improving or whatever it may be. That I think there's a big difference, right? But I guess it comes with age when reaching that conclusion. I know I'm right. Been playing this game for like a year. Oh, a whole year. Went from sucking up to Henrik to knowing how bad the situation really is. Just going around and claiming it's the player base's fault. Is passing blame. Holy shit, zoning. I don't know where to begin. What the hell are you writing, my friend? But yeah. I'm blaming all the players. That's it. Sorry guys, but it's your fault. It's not my fault. It's not the developer's fault. What kind of conclusion is that? I'm pretty too tired to think about what kind of conclusion that is. Sorry. But no. I'm taking full responsibility. I've said it 10 times. This is my fault. This is 100% my fault, right? Whenever things goes wrong and bad, of course it's my fault. I'm the CEO. I'm leading the team. I have the utmost responsibility. And why would I blame the players? That's madness. The only thing I'm asking for politely is let's have an adult conversation and be civil, and we can progress together. That's all I want or need when I'm talking to people. But yeah, if you want to throw crap on a monitor and scream, then maybe this is not the right forms. It's Coffee Grind's fault, guys. Let's blame him for all this bullshit. So share of us gamers right now. Straighten up, back away if you cannot manage to enjoy the game, fellas. Don't feel ashamed, guys. I appreciate you guys are trying to help convince how to communicate, but it is what it is, right? It's a battle that never can be won or convinced. I've learned one way, and that is that humans are usually in one way the whole life, especially after a certain age. It's very difficult to change or improve. Being eager in trying to improve and be a better person. that is something I'm trying at all times, trying to, how do I get better? How do I improve things and, you know, make a difference? But I also know that that is a very rare component in humans. It happens every now, which is very cool when it happens. So yeah. Love the game, love the first one too, despite all the bugs. But why do we have some of the same bugs that were in one that are now in two? A big one being floating mobs or mobs in walls. Believe it or not, but floating mobs are not the same bug that we had in the first game. There are different reasons for that. And the floating mobs that we have here and there in the world is something we are looking into. It's something with the value and size of the spawners we are suspecting, and we are working on trying to pinpoint that one. Yeah, obviously a sad bug that we should be fixing as soon as we can. That being said, people like are a huge problem in the game. Try and help in help chat. Those kind of people are spamming with complaints. Try and use Discord. Same thing when we are doing to remove these. When are we going to remove these people from just taking the whole community down and stop allowing them a platform to cry constantly? Yeah, I mean, obviously we're not here to censor people talking, but yes, I agree that if people can't behave and it just pushes people away that think this, what are we, kids in here throwing trash, I don't want to be part of this, so I'm bailing. Obviously, if that's the case, then it's out of border, right? There's no gaming community that allows that kind of behavior. So yeah, I've given the mods green light to, you know, enforce our rules. You know, if people can't behave and be civil, then we don't need them here. If people can behave and are civil and give good feedback, positive, negative, that's what we want. So I agree that we can step up the game in making sure that we can at least behave somewhat civil, even though we don't agree and don't get along. You know, that's fine. I agree that we could enforce our rules a little bit stronger and make sure that those that want to enjoy spending the time and have conversation without being spammed by trash, I agree. What is your favorite big class? What do you want to play? So obviously I've been running around with classical melee, pure fighters, Thursars, Ogmirs, hybrid. I've been cycling the styles quite a bit, but also because I want to try to be somewhat updated on the different styles. And when I see groups and feedback moving in one direction, I try to play that as well to get a good feel and understanding for that kind of feedback and that kind of view. It's very often that I get mixed feedback on many of those balance factors, which is usually a good thing because it means people are not on the same page. They don't agree that this is very clear, it should be like this, which obviously then also makes it a little bit easier for us to make a balance in that direction. But when we see big groups of players saying the opposite, then obviously there's more to it than that. And that makes a very complicated type of balance factor. So as long as everyone is not agreeing, that is usually telling us we're not in a critical state where this needs direct attention of being changed or balanced. So I try to cycle around quite a bit, and I do enjoy a good fight. I always been part of weekly group fights since the beta, combat beta even. Gather a small group to a larger group and enjoying fights in different ways. Teamwork, I really much enjoy teamwork. It's a unique satisfaction in pulling off some good work with a group and beating the enemy team. And I'm looking forward to play as a necromancer. I really like how necromancy is giving a new type of style of options to playing a mage. I always enjoyed playing a mage as well in these type of games, so I'm gonna play maging for sure as well. Please tell us a story. What kind of story? App chat should be disabled. Yeah, we're looking into that. So we have a system now where we can externally monitoring and make sure, rules are rules. They should be followed. And if not, you simply lose the rights to use them. That's how you proposed to your wife. That should be a good story. I don't have a wife. I have a girlfriend. Yeah, a very, very good woman. Very happy to have met her. She have a very good understanding and supporting me in spending almost all my time in this project. So I'm happy for that. Favorite fishing spots? I mean, I enjoyed Tuxides. I really like that environment. That biome is just really relaxing and peaceful and cool. There's a really cool fishing gang there also, right? That I've been watching quite some time. So it's awesome to see a lot of fishermen meeting up there. So yeah, Tuxai is a nice spot. You should stream while you play sometime. Yes, I do plan to do that, some gaming sessions as well. So we will have something like that down the road. Can you give a shout out to someone on your team that we don't know about who did something good? I mean, I'm very happy and proud of the whole team in general. It's a very complex task, especially when growing. We are multinational developers. We actually have more developers now that is outside of Sweden than in Sweden. And I think everyone is really making a huge effort in trying to, get into the team and deliver something awesome and build the greatest sandbox MMO in all time. So, everyone is adding something of high value in these projects, especially since we're so few developers, so every developer is adding a lot of value. So I'm proud and happy for the whole team. I don't know if there's anything that comes to my mind that is specifically standing out currently. Hard to say. Henrik, your girlfriend tried MO2. What did she think about the game? Yes. The thing is, she never played a first-person shooter game with mouse and keyboard. So I thought, there's no way in hell she's gonna be able to get into this and enjoy it. It's such a big step Imagine not having played a FPS game with mouse and keyboard. So I was expecting that, all right, she's very interested, she want to try it, but I don't expect her to maybe get into it that much. So I helped her, and I also wanted to see, okay, she's completely clueless and new. How does she experience the game? So I just sat next to her and watched how will she perform during the tutorial. Will it be easy to understand or will it be a mess? And she actually surprised me that she went through the different steps without hurdle. And it was quite funny when she was stepping into the graveyard the first time, and she didn't know anything what to expect. But when she saw a walker, she's quite easily scared. She really panicked, and that really made me just laugh to death. She was screaming and moving the mouse up and down, that she was looking in the ground to floor, the roof, and just screaming, got panicking when the walker went closer and closer, because she was so new to using the, AWSD movement and mouse. So that was just hilarious to see when she was trying to flee from them and panicked because they looked horrible. And I thought, okay, this I was just laughing. I couldn't even speak to tell her tips. But she was actually surprising me that it just took her like 5 minutes to have this panic mode. And then finally she actually figured out how to fight the walkers without any effort at all. And that's when she got more hungry. Said, okay, let's play, Henrik. I want to play together now. Let's join real world. And I was, holy shit, okay, let's go. So we went to Meduli and started playing for real and making some money, progressing the characters. I was showing her around how that works, and she got pretty hooked and said, okay, I want to fight players now. Holy shit, take it easy. You just learn how to beat animals and walkers, and now she want to fight players. And, I was showing her the different professions, tame and all that, and she said, no. Get away with that. I wanna fight. Well, okay. we have a PvP at hand here. So yeah, she surprised me, and she asked me a few times, Henrik, when are we gonna play next time? It was really fun to play, and I have a few other in real life friends that is also playing, that we are planning to get together again soon and do some sessions. It's always very fun, obviously in group, as you guys know as well. So yeah, she's interested in PvP. So I told her she needs to practice, because PvP is a whole new level, right? Yeah, she's bloodthirsty. I was showing her all these calm areas and professions to see if, but no, she just wants to go fight. Let's go fight. You can find me at the graveyard, she said. So yeah. It was fun. Kotu Surg. There's always Kotu in Meduli, right? She's the PvP boss. Indeed. I'm glad you're having fun in your own game with your loved ones. This game really helped build my mindset and gave me a thick skin. Yeah, it is not for the weak heart, or what the hell? How do you say it? I'm dropping words. You know what I mean? That's for true. You need to toughen up a little bit and be prepared for loss, death, and chaos. And as soon as you manage to embrace that and see some beauty in that, and starting to actually feel that satisfaction when you survive before obvious death or succeed at something, that's when you get triple rewarded in a game like this, right? So So yeah, this gives a very certain unique gaming experience, I would say. And I only felt that once in my life, and that was in Ultima Line. Having that fear and risk and reward and unknown danger and all that at the same time that's what did it for me in a pure gaming experience. I never had that before, ever, and even after Ultima Line, which is quite sad. But I have had that feeling again in Mortal Online when there's something at stake, right? And that's what I also, when some of you guys, describe that, I really know what you're talking about. That kind of unique, magical feeling of, disaster or victory or whatever it may be. I think it's a unique part of a game like this, which you can't experience that at all in a theme park game and tuggable PvP, because it disabled that kind of experience also at the same time, right? The adrenaline rush. Just going out, starting to place your own private house is a little bit nerve-wracking, right? You never know if that's gonna go well, or you may lose the freaking deed. I had that feeling in Mortal 1, Henrik, despite its downsides. Yeah, obviously it started with Mortal 1, that kind of unique experience. Well, I had that feeling bounty hunting in Star Wars Galaxy. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxy, I enjoyed that very much, and there was some part that was very brilliant in that game as well. I played that quite a bit, and yes, we're somewhat inspired from that game as well. And then obviously that is also why we're working on the bounty hunting, that can give that additional layer of hunting someone down and being hunted with these rights. It adds additional layer that is exciting. Is Medulla a better starting point for noobs than Mornkur? I think it depends quite a bit. If we ask the players, there are going to be quite a lot of different opinions, right? So again, I'm trying to be somewhat up to date when it comes to guild conflicts and who is where, etc. And I think we all know that at least in Medulla we have Kodo as a very big guild that is usually very noob friendly for anyone being there. They've always been since the first game. And yeah, Medulla is a popular city, quite close to Tinrem and some other locations. So no, it can't go wrong. Right now it's quite crowded, and like I mentioned before, we have a performance issue on the node, the server side, that we have been fixing, but had to revert that optimization in today's patch, sadly. So yes, we are experiencing some server issues currently until we have that patched again. Who's the best player in the game? Good question. I don't think there's one best player, because there's so many ways of how you can be good or powerful or best in different ways. Knowledge will always be power in Mortal Online. So knowledge will get you very far in the game. Knowledge of things, knowledge of the world, how to travel, that is very powerful in the game. And then, obviously the more you're traveling and discovering things in the world, the better of that knowledge and power you will get. And then obviously we have player skills in terms of pure PvP fighting. And that goes also very wide, from everything from dueling, which is something completely different, skill PvP wise, to a team fight, to large scale fights. Everything changes very quickly, from solo duelings to small groups to large groups to massive scales. And I think you guys know what I'm talking about when it comes to embracing different types of skill sets when being in that situation. Like large scale battle, if you haven't been in many of those, you're completely lost when you participate in the first ones, because it's so much teamwork and reading how you should, go back, reach, overreach, and how you healers, all that teamwork is, extremely on a specific high level. And you can see some old, very used tactical guilds have been working as a team for many years, they are quite superior to larger groups that are lacking that kind of skills to working together as a group. A lot of the guilds are working or training or practicing every week, and that is awesome to see. They are progressing, becoming better and better. And just everything from just that a group have a good leader that can do the right calls and command also makes a huge group. It's a matter of success or failure, right? Even from the leader point of view. So I think that is very exciting because, again, you can be a master at dueling. That's one thing. And then you could be the worst at group fighting. You can be a master at leading a group of players, or you can be the worst at leading a group of fighters. And it changes the outcome drastically. And that is really awesome to see in a game like Mortal Online. And it's also an exciting thing because, like I said, it's so many different roles that can give you a different outcome. So there's a lot of people, I could say there's a few guilds that are very successful as teamwork. There are small groups that are extremely successful at that. And then we have solo duelings that are very successful at that. So there are a lot of good players in all those different categories, I would say. Wicket is the best player, hands down. Best in what, Valander? That's the big question, right? Best in what? How do you fare in a fight in Mortal Online 2, Henrik? So obviously I've been dueling quite a bit over the years, so I do somewhat well in dueling. I haven't been practicing on a regular basis, so I'm not in the top, very high top, but I would say I'm probably in the top number somewhere without being the very high top, if that makes sense. I've done a fair share of team fights and team groups. No, I've mostly not, been deep involved in one of the current guilds in the game. There's a lot of conflicts going on, so I try to distance myself. I haven't really, commit to one of those sides to be part of conflicts, as people may think I may be cheating then or whatever it may be. Even though I would never cheat in a game, I take my death and losses just as anyone else. But at the same time, I try to, participate and engage in a lot of those fights again, because two things: I want it, I think it's fun, but also always to keep my skills and experience fresh on those takes. So I've done sessions where I'm saying, is anyone up for a fight? We meet here. Let's make it happen. I'm joining this side and let's have a good fight. So yeah. And soon I will be riding with my forces, with my real life friends, forming a guild and take a claim in the world, and maybe we'll run into each other in a battlefield. I thought you were in Kodo. I'm not in a guild. I'm playing with my real life friends quite a bit, and we're collecting to our base and doing our parts. My neck is not 100%. Is your game name or British? The second. I usually run around on a Henrik when I'm doing tests and just hang out with the community, so everyone knows it's me. And then I have undercover characters as well when I'm experiencing that first-hand player, just as anyone else. If you let her beat you in a duel, you might as well retire. Well then, I'm actually beating a few cocky players, especially when I was more regularly PvPing and doing combat sessions. There were some people challenging me and thought it would be an easy fight, and they lost. Not saying I'm, the best PvPer. I'm just saying that I know how to fight, it's a different thing in a group fight, which I also very much enjoy. It's like I said before, a completely different tactical component, which is also very fun, I think. Make sure don't forget to turn off God mode. I don't have one of those God mode accounts. I have a normal gaming account, Joy West. There's no reason for me to have any GM powers because I never work as a GM or handle anything of that. So I don't have a normal account just like you guys. So I can't cheat. Or wouldn't. Would ever add placeable traps to the game? Yes, we have plans to add traps to the game. Mobs are gangbanging people in this patch. Yeah, we're looking into that, obviously. Like I said, we have a hot fix planned for tomorrow. Sebastian is waking up in just a few hours and he will get right to it. PvE dungeons with Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim style traps would be so cool. Yeah, so things are starting with the necromancy plays. You will see our pushing the boundaries in what kind of PvE exploration we will have, and a lot more after that as well. And yeah, traps will be a part that we both, obviously PvE world traps, but also player-made traps. We have assassin skills coming into the game, where you will be able to use poison and traps and learn specific moves to pretty much work as an assassin. Thanks for answering. I love this game. Yeah, so it's getting late here in Sweden, guys, and I actually didn't have time to eat dinner today, which is crazy. So I think I need to cook something before it gets too late. So yeah, as always, it's a pleasure to hang out with you guys, and We have a little bit of work to cover tomorrow morning in a few hours as well. We're planning to do this hotfix with a few things that should put us in a more calm place. Should we do a little raid, guys? Do we have anyone streaming currently that I wanna pass you guys over to? Do you have a vote, guys, for our raid? Awesome patch on the fix tomorrow will make it better. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, it was a little rough, this first content patch that had backend, sensitive backend stuff included that didn't really go our way. But yeah, have a fix tomorrow and we will get going. So yeah, thank you very much for all donations, subscriptions, and your questions. And yeah, hope to see you next time in GMs Online. Yeah, we have GMs Online 24/7, and so there should always be someone online. And you can also try Discord. There are GMs there, or community manager, or if there's something very specific you want our attention on. So that's one option. Wake up tomorrow and get your team working. Yep, we will. Shall we do the fisherman raid today, guys? Do we have Skrillly in place? We do. Skrillly. Shall we do a fish raid today, guys? Let's do it. Let's do a fish raid. All right, guys. Again, have a awesome night, and I will see you in the next one. Let's see if we can get this square. What the hell? How do you spell that name again? Squirrely. Square. There we go. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much and have a good night. And I will see you soon again. Here we go. A raid to Skrillly. Real nice guy. He's a master fisherman. So if you want to get into fishing, this is the guy to talk to. No doubt. And all right. Have a good night. I will see you soon. Okay, my raid function is messing up. 1 second. I'm trying to update my window. What? I have way too many tabs, guys. All right. Now. Okay. Good night. Peace out. Oh, red rating. What the hell? Okay. Good night and see you soon. Bye bye.